Chapter 1621, Jade Dragon Horn. Chapter 1621, Jade Dragon Horn. With the young maid guiding them, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian arrived at the center of the Flying Castle's VIP hall. The ground here was formed from clear crystal glass. This sort of crystal had no impurities at all. If one didn't reach out to touch it, it would be difficult to even tell it was there. The crystal glass beneath was empty space. As one walked over the crystal, they could see the skies from 100,000 feet up in the air. Looking down, one could see the incomparably vast divine ruined city stretching to the horizon. From this height, the massive palaces and temples of the city became as small as toys, and the people walking along the streets became smaller than ants. Walking here, one felt as if they were walking over the entirety of divine ruined city. "Sir, the exhibition room over there is the display room for the dragon contract spirit treasure. If you wish to enter, you must abide by the trading rules." The young maid gave a jade slip to Lin Ming. The jade slip was engraved with the words "Treasure Fair Trading Rules." Lin Ming swept over the jade slip. There were dozens of rules listed in it. The basics of it were that all trading must be done voluntarily and fairly, and once a transaction was made it was permanent. One couldn't buy or sell and then refuse on a whim. Lin Ming took the jade slip and smiled. He placed 100 contribution points onto the badge on the young maid's chest. Seeing this, the young maid was ecstatic. This tip was several times a year's wage. As the girl happily left, Lin Ming stepped into the display room. This display room for the dragon contract was 10 feet wide and long. There were a variety of objects placed within the room. The most eye-catching of these objects was a dragon carved from white jade placed upon a pedestal in the center of the room. This dragon was carved in an exquisitely lifelike manner, as if it were about to come to life at any moment. The white jade dragon's claws held a jade box. This jade was surrounded with a number of array formations. With a brief probe, Lin Ming could estimate that the strength of these array formations could even hold back a World King powerhouse. However, even though these array formations separated Lin Ming from the box, he could still feel that a powerful strength was locked within it. The surging blood vitality coming from it left one's heart racing. If he wasn't wrong, then this jade box held the dragon contract that was refined with a jade dragon horn. This grade of treasure is likely an Empyrean spirit treasure. It must be ridiculously expensive. Seeing that this jade chest was around a square foot, Lin Ming could guess that this dragon contract was a foot long at most. A true jade dragon horn could be 1,000 feet long. But, using some arcane skills, one could shrink it down, concentrating it. For instance, Lin Ming's azure dragon bone had been refined by Mo Riverbliss using a secret technique and turned into dragon bone relics. As Lin Ming walked into the room, a fat shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Although Lin Ming was young and his cultivation wasn't too high, the fat shopkeeper wouldn't underestimate him. Anyone that entered the VIP hall could not be looked at with contempt. This was especially true for the youths, because they likely had some great influence standing behind them. "Sir, are you interested in the dragon contract?" The fat shopkeeper stood up from his chair, a wide smile on his face. He had a divine lord cultivation and was only a guard for this small display room. The treasures here belonged to his master. "Can you take it out for a look?" Lin Ming asked. His sense was isolated out by the array formations, so it was impossible for him to see what was inside. The fat shopkeeper shook his head. "I am very sorry, but the dragon contract is sealed in the array formation so that even I cannot take it out. No matter which guest comes, they can only look in from the outside. The true auction will begin a month from now, and once it starts, so we'll naturally be able to see its true colors." Millimeter, Lin Ming nodded. It was reasonable to maintain the mystery around a treasure of this level. "This dragon contract is an Empyrean spirit treasure?" "That's right. This is a treasure found by my family's master on a mystic realm venture. During that venture into the mystic realm there were over 10 world kings participating, but with my family's master having a great destiny upon his body, he was the one to luckily survive the dangers and obtain this item." The fat shopkeeper vividly illustrated the origins of the dragon contract. Lin Ming didn't doubt this. It was normal for a mystic realm with Empyrean spirit treasures to have dozens of world kings exploring it. He quietly calculated the price of this dragon contract. Although it was worse than the Primordius Gate and Primordius Bell, it wasn't too far off. A month later, its auction price would definitely be ridiculous. Lin Ming increasingly felt that the 2 billion points he had was far from enough. In a short month he had to find some way to gain another massive amount of points, otherwise he would be in danger of losing in the auctions he wanted to win. And these materials could only be found through serendipity. If he failed this time, he didn't know when he would next have this chance. Lin Ming wasn't able to wait this long. "Can you reveal the starting price?" Lin Ming asked. "Well, it hasn't been decided yet, but it should be between 500 million and a billion. Millimeter, I understand." This price was well within Lin Ming's anticipating. As for the final auction price, he wouldn't be surprised if it was at least double. "Sir, although the dragon contract isn't for sale yet, there are still some items here that you may be interested in. Would you like to take a look at them?" As the fat shopkeeper spoke, he took out many items. Things that were able to be displayed in the VIP hall naturally weren't ordinary. Lin Ming swept over the items and quickly discovered extremely valuable spirit artifacts and high-grade pills. However, these things didn't draw Lin Ming's attention. What he cared about was a necklace. Lin Ming had amazing eyesight. At a glance he was able to see that there was a divine runic symbol on this necklace. Lin Ming had inherited Torch River and the others' memories, so he had a deep understanding of the different types of divine runic symbols. He was able to recognize that this was a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol, one that even approached the 7th grade. It was called the heart spirit symbol. Its function was to use the necklace to remember a person's soul aura. Then, the master of this necklace could use the necklace to communicate with that person. As long as they were in the same universe, even if they were separated by 10 quadrillion miles, the necklace with the heart spirit symbol would still be able to send a message. This was something that no sound-transmitting talisman could compare with. Although the heart spirit symbol was a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol, it only had the single function of facilitating communication, and this was limited to only 2 people. Thus, the effects weren't as great as those of other peak 6th grade divine runic symbols. Moreover, a great deal of rare and precious materials were needed to draw it, and the cost was astronomical, so very few divine runic masters drew one. Still, there would occasionally be a divine runic master that would spend a great deal of effort to draw up this divine runic symbol. This was mostly when there was a special need for it. For instance, to protect certain important individuals. As long as 2 people were in the same realm, regardless of where they were, they could instantly locate the other person. Lin Ming was skilled, but he had yet to truly step into the boundary of a 6th grade divine runic master, so it was impossible for him to draw up a heart spirit symbol. Even Torch River and the others wouldn't draw up a heart spirit symbol. But this necklace was actually useful to Lin Ming. He planned to buy it and gift it to Xiao Moxian. If so, he could communicate with her at any time and know what her current situation was. This would be tremendously useful for the final trial. If Lin Ming passed the final trial and was able to bring the Azura heavenly Dao laws back to the divine realm, this necklace would still be able to be used. At that time, Lin Ming could also know what Xiao Moxian's circumstances were in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, he would be endlessly worried that Empyrean Demon Dawn would find some clue about him on Xiao Moxian and keep her under house arrest. "This necklace, how much is it?" Sir has great eyes. "This necklace is called the 1,000-mile heart link. It is the best gift to give one's lover. At any time, anywhere, you will be able to contact them. The price is 30 million points." The fat shopkeeper said, looking at Xiao Moxian with flattering eyes. Xiao Moxian wrinkled her nose. "This is too expensive. 30 million to buy a necklace for communication?" Still, Lin Ming remembered the treasure fair trading rules that he looked over earlier. One of the rules stated that all items had to be clearly marked with the auction price. In particular, within the VIP hall, all items were price-marked beforehand, and the Runic Pill Trading Organization even sent people to specifically verify that these items were accurately priced. With Lin Ming's experience, he knew that this 1,000-mile heartlink was indeed worth this price. Although it had a very niche function, the cost to manufacture it was extremely high. He said, "I'll buy it." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a contribution point jade slip and sent 30 million point runes fluttering out. Big brother Lin, you still have an auction in a month. Xiao Moxian anxiously pulled on Lin Ming's arm. Having another 30 million for the auction won't matter. If I buy this necklace now, it will definitely be useful later. Lin Ming vaguely said, paying the points. Great. The fat shopkeeper was overjoyed as he saw these 30 million points. After buying this necklace but before taking it in hand, a voice resounded from behind him. 1,000-mile heart link? That's a good name. Shopkeeper, forget that transaction. I am interested in that necklace. Lin Ming turned around as he heard this voice. He saw 4 or 5 men in feathered robes. These robes all appeared similar. It was clear they came from the same influence. And beside these young men and women was a black-cloaked old man. This old man caught Lin Ming's attention. From this old man's body, Lin Ming could feel an icy cold aura. And this icy cold aura was the same as the one Lin Ming felt when he first entered the VIP hall. It was this person. He was spying on me. Lin Ming frowned. He simply didn't have the slightest impression of who this old man was, and this should be the first time they met, so why would this person be targeting him? Hidden in his black cloak, Shadow Overflow darkly smiled as he noticed Lin Ming's gaze. From beneath his shadowy cloak, one could only make out his old and withered lips, looking extremely bleak. Chapter 1622, Suppressing Full Moon. Chapter 1622, Suppressing Full Moon. Seeing the black-cloaked old man and the blue-clothed man appear, Lin Ming had a sudden premonition that these people did not come here for the 1,000-mile heartlink but for himself. He quietly watched as the blue-clothed man who looked like an ordinary mortal scholar and the peculiar black-cloaked old man approached. Shopkeeper, I heard that you were selling that necklace for 30 million. I will add another 10 million, so how about selling it to me instead? As Duke Full Moon spoke, he glanced over at a captivating woman near him. Junior apprentice Sister Qing, your birthday is approaching, so how about I make a gift of this necklace? If you wear it, I'm sure you'll be even more beautiful. The young woman standing beside Duke Full Moon was indeed a ravishing beauty, pleasing to the eyes. Hearing Duke Full Moon suddenly offer her such a precious gift, her heart skipped a beat. She found this hard to imagine. She was Duke Full Moon's lover, yes, but she wasn't too special amongst his several other lovers. Duke Full Moon had never given her anything so precious before. Really? This junior apprentice Sister Qing smiled, pleasantly surprised. Of course I'm for real. Duke Full Moon traced her cheeks. Then he turned to Lin Ming, a grin on his face. He hadn't taken a liking to this necklace. His only goal here was to probe Lin Ming. If the master behind Lin Ming was a true divinity and not an Empyrean, then any amount of points would be nothing to Lin Ming. Although Duke Full Moon felt that the chances there was a true divinity master behind Lin Ming were extremely low, he still had to be careful about this. A true divinity was someone he absolutely could not offend. Lin Ming frowned, not responding. As for the shopkeeper that was selling the necklace, he froze. He received a commission for selling any item, and the higher he sold it for the more he would make. He certainly hoped to sell a higher-priced necklace to Duke Full Moon. And at this time, junior apprentice Sister Qing looked at Xiao Moxian with haughty eyes, like the enormous sense of superiority a rich person felt against the poor. Xiao Moxian only coldly laughed. She looked at Duke Full Moon and that junior apprentice Sister Qing as if she were looking at a flock of bumbling idiots wasting another 10 million to compete for something like this. Is there any meaning to it? Someone that brags about their money just because they have some great influence standing behind them. I really wonder if these people are fools or just insane. Xiao Moxian naturally didn't know why these people had come over to antagonize Lin Ming. Instead, she simply considered all of them wastrels of their generation. Duke Full Moon's complexion sank. As he listened to Xiao Moxian, he felt an anger he couldn't voice. Xiao Moxian turned to Lin Ming and spoke as if it didn't matter at all. Big brother Lin, if he wants to fight for that necklace then let him. I have no interest in it. Someone is selling it for 30 million and he doesn't think it's expensive enough, so he wants to add another 10 million. What a special fellow he is. Xiao Moxian had extremely good eyesight. Looking at the clothes that Duke Full Moon wore, she was able to approximately judge his net worth. If this was the type of person that came from a large influence and liked to randomly stir up trouble just because, then there was nothing good that could come from quarreling with them. Although Lin Ming was wealthy and he could definitely compete for this 1,000-mile heart link, he was stretched for money and couldn't spend it on something as insignificant as this. If he really decided to compete with these people in terms of money, then that would truly be silly. Thus, Xiao Moxian said what she said to comfort Lin Ming and make it easier for him to give up. Lin Ming knew just what Xiao Moxian was trying to do. He faintly smiled. If I'm buying something, I definitely won't let others take it away. Moreover, this necklace is indeed useful to us. Big brother Lin, what are you? Xiao Moxian was startled. In her opinion, Lin Ming wasn't irrational like this. Just because they were bitten by a mad dog on the streets didn't mean they should get on the floor and bite back. It's fine. Lin Ming waved his hand. Duke Fullmoon was surprised by these words. He thought that Lin Ming would give up the 1,000-mile heart link with Xiao Moxian's urging, but he didn't think that Lin Ming would say these words instead. How amusing. Since you're interested, then let's have a little competition. I'll add another 10 million to make it 50 million. What about you? Duke Fullmoon looked at Lin Ming with provocation in his eyes. Lin Ming only smiled and looked to the fat shopkeeper. At this time, the fat shopkeeper's forehead was dripping with sweat. This was because he was excited but also because he was afraid. He was someone that barely managed to break into the Divine Lord realm by relying on accumulating to his age as well as using a variety of pills. He was nothing but an old steward that was unlikely to have any more achievements in his life. He was well aware that those guests able to enter the VIP hall all had extraordinary backgrounds. Moreover, he could also feel that although this Lin Ming was dressed ordinarily, he absolutely wasn't ordinary, even for those people here. With two dragons battling, he didn't want to offend either one of them. But, he also wanted to obtain more advantages, so this made him lean towards the one that offered a higher price. Seeing Lin Ming look at him, the fat shopkeeper squeezed out a sweaty smile. He said with a dry mouth, "That guest has put forth a bid of 50 million, do you plan on what?" Lin Ming asked in return. He pointed towards the contribution points jade slip in the fat shopkeeper's hand. "You seem to have mistaken something here. I offered you 30 million points and you have already accepted. The transaction is complete and the necklace is mine. If anyone is to sell it, then that would be me." As Lin Ming spoke, he placed a jade slip on the table. This jade slip was a copy of the Treasure Fair trading rules that the young maid had given him earlier. Although the dozens of rules listed in the Treasure Fair trading rules seemed like nonsense, it was actually quite useful at this time. These were rules that everyone at the Treasure Fair had to follow. Of these rules, one was that all trades had to be done fairly and voluntarily. And there was also one more rule: all transactions were permanent once completed. And Lin Ming had completed the transaction with the fat shopkeeper just now. Lin Ming unhurriedly took out a recording array disc. Before the shopkeeper could respond, Lin Ming recorded the 30 million points that the fat shopkeeper held onto an illusory magic array. "You." The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't know how to react. Duke Fullmoon frowned. "You consider that as having completed the transaction? Although you paid the points, you still haven't taken the necklace. If this is a transaction, isn't it only half finished?" "Is that so?" Then, Lin Ming slowly took out two sound-transmitting talismans and smiled at Duke Fullmoon and Shadow Overflow. "If you two are targeting me, then you must know my status already, right? If you know who I am, then you should also know that it won't be a problem for me to contact several elders in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. How do you think they will rule on this matter? Dragons could not bully local snakes. Within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming could be called an influential person with a number of connections. Although that old Shuer and old Su seemed like cheeky old fogies who liked to waste their time, for better or worse they were true and blue elders of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Although old Shuer normally tried to tease and take advantage of Lin Ming, when facing outsiders he absolutely wouldn't shield them. How could he allow himself and his colleagues to be bullied at their own home? Duke Fullmoon's complexion became much uglier. He certainly knew of Lin Ming's fame. Lin Ming was a talented individual that the Divine Runic Masters Guild was carefully raising. How could someone that could successfully create the improved Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol be ignored? The Treasure Fair trading rules state at the front that anyone who dares violate the rules of the Treasure Fair will lose their trading qualifications, whether they are buyers or sellers. I have no idea who you are and what influence you originate from, but in Divine Rune City you follow the rules of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. If you insist on breaking the rules, then according to the rules I must ask you to leave the city. Lin Ming's words were spoken clearly and calmly. But his words held a momentum that could not be refused. Duke Full Moon couldn't find the words to argue back. As for that fat shopkeeper, his entire face was dripping sweat and he couldn't help but wipe himself clean. It was like Lin Ming said. If he truly didn't follow the rules and give the necklace to Lin Ming, then he would be asked to leave Divine Rune City. Once that happened, his master would blame him and he definitely would not be able to withstand the punishment. Interesting. How interesting. Even though Duke Full Moon knew he had lost in this first confrontation with Lin Ming, the gloomy look on his face still rapidly disappeared and the confident smile appeared once more. I've underestimated you. Although this was a minor matter and Lin Ming's methods couldn't be considered too clever, Duke Full Moon was still a bit more wary of Lin Ming. He had also obtained a copy of the Treasure Fair trading rules, and didn't look over it much because he thought it was a bunch of nonsense. He never imagined that Jade's slip with pages of nonsense would be the reason he lost to Lin Ming just now. All things considered, Lin Ming was more careful than he was. This sort of person, when exploring a mystic realm, could often find advantages in the environment to overcome their enemy. Xiao Moxian also never imagined that Lin Ming would have this move. She grinned, revealing a tiny pair of canines. She was originally a proud and arrogant genius and she definitely didn't like having her spotlight be stolen by another woman she considered nothing but a pretty vase. She smiled with deep satisfaction and said, "Well, if you want to put forth 300 million, then I can consider selling this necklace to you." These words were deliberately spoken by Xiao Moxian to irritate these people. 300 million, hey. Duke Full Moon bleakly laughed. He didn't need this 1,000-mile heartlink necklace to begin with, and he certainly wouldn't give Lin Ming a random 300 million points. You seem to be short on money. Duke Full Moon meaningfully looked at Xiao Moxian. From the way Xiao Moxian was afraid that Lin Ming would lose money struggling with him, he could infer that Lin Ming's current economic situation wasn't doing too well. At this time, Shadow Overflow's sound transmission reached Duke Full Moon's ears. Duke Full Moon's thoughts stirred and he grinned. So that's how it is. You want to buy this dragon contract? What a coincidence. The item I'm looking forwards to the most is also this dragon contract. That 1,000-mile heartlink has a clearly marked price, so you used the rules to gain an advantage over me, but this dragon contract is to be auctioned fair and square. I want to see at that time just how you'll compete with me. Shadow Overflow had been using his sense to spy on Lin Ming from the start, thus he naturally knew Lin Ming wanted to buy the Jade Dragon Horn. Chapter 1623, Target. Chapter 1623, Target. Compete with me for the dragon contract. Lin Ming's heart chilled. Although he appeared to remain calm, his mind was racing as he considered this blue-clothed man's words. Their words and actions seemed to be targeting me, probing me. Lin Ming slyly smiled. Within the inner Azura Road, this sort of massive treasure fair that had all sorts of top-quality pills, divine runic symbols and Empyrean spirit treasures for sale would attract influences from all over. At this treasure fair, there were more divine lords than dogs, holy lords walked everywhere, and there were even a massive number world kings. Even half-step Empyreans were hidden amongst the crowds. If one were to casually provoke someone, they might end up being someone with a powerful background. The dragon contract refined with the Jade Dragon Horn cost a minimum of 500 million points. This was not a price that the average person could put forth. And this blue-clothed man and black-cloaked old man had come from nowhere and then signaled that they were going to compete with him for the dragon contract. It was clear that their origins were great. Lin Ming couldn't help but find this a bit strange. Ever since arriving at the inner Azura Road, he basically didn't make any enemies. Yet, these two people came from out of nowhere and also originated from a great influence, so just how were they connected? After sifting through his memories, Lin Ming still couldn't find a clue as to who they were. So, he simply put this line of thinking to the side. Lin Ming nonchalantly glanced at the black-cloaked old man. This old man seemed to have a familiar atmosphere to him, the atmosphere of a divine runic master. Different situations called for different measures. If these people were probing his financial situation, he absolutely could not show the slightest hint of weakness. Otherwise, once these people discovered what his financial bottom line was, they would bide their time until the auction began and then make targeted bids against him. This would be extremely disadvantageous for him. You also want the dragon contract? Lin Ming's eyes were indifferent. He lifted his gaze and looked at the blue-clothed man. Although his voice wasn't loud, it held the tone of inevitable victory. Duke Fullmoon's eyes flashed as he welcomed Lin Ming's gaze. A taunting smile curved up his face. Yes, there are many things I am interested in at this auction. And of those things I am interested in, there is nothing I cannot obtain. Duke Fullmoon's words were similarly sharp. Xiao Moxian watched on from the side, her eyes filled with loathing and disgust as she glared at this Duke Fullmoon. To be fair, this Duke's words weren't too hateful, but the tone in which he spoke and the contempt in his eyes was far too aggravating. If this were the divine realm, she might have already dug this dog's eyes out. But this was the Azura Road and her situation was different to how it used to be. They had no backing here and their wealth was also limited. Xiao Moxian could only puff out her cheeks and glare at Duke Fullmoon with eyes that could kill. See you in a month then. Lin Ming lightly smiled. His eyes slowly swept over Duke Fullmoon and Shadow Overflow's faces as he imprinted them deep in his mind. In any case, these two people were hostile to him, so remaining a bit vigilant was always good. After leaving behind these words, Lin Ming took Xiao Moxian's hand and left. The moment he turned, he frowned. This was a bit of a headache, to think that there would actually be competition that appeared. At the time of the treasure fair, he feared that it would be hard to obtain the things he wanted. Points. He had to earn some more points. This smelly brat really has no manners. To think he would dare to take the last word against the Duke. It seems he doesn't know how high the heavens are. Junior apprentice Sister Qing leaned against Duke Fullmoon's shoulders, sending a disdainful glance at the fading Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. According to what he said, it seems he believes that he'll win against you at the treasure fair. Duke Fullmoon smiled. Win against me? They are far from enough. In that brief probe just now, although Lin Ming was airtight and didn't reveal anything, Duke Fullmoon's intuition told him that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian weren't people with deep backgrounds, nor were they too wealthy. The dragon contract required over 1 billion points to win, and that was the bare minimum. That was a massive amount of wealth, and even as a Duke of the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, taking out all of that at once was still painful. In regards to Lin Ming's words, he hadn't taken them to heart. But his gaze was a bit sharper. He didn't know why, but the way Lin Ming looked at him and the apathetic disdain in his eyes caused him to not be too happy. This brat can endure. Shadow Overflow walked over. His eyes stared at Lin Ming's departing back, flickering in the dark of his cloak. Send some people to keep an eye on him and keep looking up any information on him. It's impossible that he'll be a good little boy and hand over the secrets of his divine runic arts inheritance. We must be prepared. Duke Fullmoon thoughtfully said. The air around the grand and splendid divine rune city was filled with mysterious fluctuations of energy. All year long, the only season was a warm spring. Gentle sunlight fell down from skies, falling onto the buildings and creating mottled shadows. Wandering through the city, Xiao Moxian could feel the warmth of the person hugging her wrap around her. Even though she couldn't be called happy, her earlier anger and worries diluted a great deal. Big brother Lin, those people were just disgusting. I just wanted to take a stroll around the treasure fair, but now even my mood is ruined by them, Xiao Moxian said, twisting her lips. She hung her head down, nestling into Lin Ming's warm chest, feeling weak and not wanting to leave. Just treat them as nothing. Lin Ming smiled, letting go of the playful and beautiful girl. Xiao Moxian chuckled and then coldly snorted as she thought of the events again. A faint killing intent rolled off her. Humph, if this was the divine realm I would have already killed them. To dare speak to my Lin Ming like that. Lin Ming shrugged. To him, the events of today were only a small interlude. He simply didn't take it to heart. However, this small event did remind him that there would be many more hardships than he thought if he wanted to obtain the treasures he wanted from the treasure fair a month from now. He needed to earn more money. He needed to make more preparations. After flying straight back to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming strode directly into his 7th grade Divine Runic room. Because he had successfully produced the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol and caused the reputation of the Divine Runic Masters Guild to rise to new heights, his fame was completely different from before. The guards all treated him with respect and didn't stop his movements. Millimeter. At the entrance of the 7th grade Divine Runic room, he could see a familiarly enchanting figure standing there. Wearing a dress with a plunging neckline, Suya's bombastic figure was outlined in a soul-stirring manner. Her black hair hung down like a waterfall, shining with a gorgeous brilliance in the sunlight. Her collar was lowered to the point of revealing her collarbones and downwards to the deep and snowy valley of her chest. In addition to the sensual atmosphere that surrounded her, she exhibited a unique charm. Suya's eyes shined as she saw Lin Ming. She had already been waiting here for some time. Her eyes glanced over at Xiao Moxian happily walking as she held onto Lin Ming's arm. She didn't know why, but a faint feeling of jealousy appeared in her heart. But she quickly suppressed this feeling and a welcoming smile appeared on her face. Sir Lin is indeed burdened with a myriad of affairs every day. I've already been waiting here for you for 6 hours. I wonder if Sir Lin has any available time. We're in need of another batch of divine runic symbols. Before she finished speaking, Lin Ming had already brought Xiao Moxian and rushed past her like a breeze of wind. He threw back some faint words, "I'm not available for the time being." Suya froze in place as she heard the door to the divine runic room open and then slam shut. She couldn't help but bitterly smile. What should she do now? Ever since Lin Ming had finished the first batch of Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, the Extreme Star Holy Land's dependence on Lin Ming increased with every day. These past days, Lin Ming seemed to be making some big movements within the 7th grade Divine Runic room. The surging power of divine runic arts within was much stronger than before. One couldn't help but think that he was creating a new divine runic symbol. The Extreme Star Holy Lands had already tasted the benefits, so they wanted to monopolize these new divine runic symbols if possible. And Suya was the only person who could probe the situation for them. But now, Lin Ming hadn't even given Suya the chance to speak. This was the first time that Suya ever felt powerless and frustrated in front of a man. This man, Suya looked unwillingly at the tightly shut door of the 7th grade Divine Runic room. She bit her lips, her thoughts rapidly turning. To be honest, Lin Ming really wasn't in the mood to deal with Suya. The treasure fair was only a month away and his points were far from enough. If he mass-produced divine runic symbols for the Extreme Star Holy Lands, he clearly wouldn't make enough points in the time he had. His greatest hope was to invest all of his efforts into the 2 divine runic symbols he had been researching, the improved Heavenly Fire symbol and Heretical God symbol. These 2 divine runic symbols were far stronger than the improved Havoc Flame symbol he first created. He would definitely be able to exchange them for more points. Upon entering the divine runic room, Lin Ming went into a quasi-enlightened state. His entire being was immersed in recalling the comprehensions of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. In front of him, Xiao Moxian was skillfully bringing out the materials that Lin Ming needed to draw up the improved Heavenly Fire symbol. Her actions were practiced and familiar as she lined up the mountain of various materials, placing them on the spirit stone table near Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian had a deep tacit understanding with Lin Ming, nearly reaching a state where their hearts and minds were connected. With just a glance, without needing words, she could accurately make out what he was thinking as if she could read his thoughts. After the preparation of materials was complete, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His hands flew out as a blue spirit root flew into his grip. He began to carefully extract the juices, not even relying too much on the array formations in this room. Although these 7th grade array formations were astronomically expensive and useful, there were still some crucial materials that needed to be handled by Lin Ming. This was because the requirements for drawing up the heretical god symbol were far too high. Even a 7th grade array formation wasn't enough. The only materials that Lin Ming would allow the array formations to process were the ones that weren't important. Chapter 1624, Soul Recovery Symbol. Chapter 1624, Soul Recovery Symbol. Within the divine runic room, the air was hot like boiling magma. The heat manifested in curling crimson-red undulations of energy, the temperature so high it left one staggering for breath. Even the light within this room was twisted like waves due to the high heat. Even though this was a 7th grade divine runic room with many spells and array formations surrounding it, a massive amount of the power of fire still radiated outside. And the source of this tremendous power of fire was the discarded pieces of materials scattered over the floor, materials used for the heavenly fire symbol. Lin Ming was far too exhausted. Even a thin layer of salt had appeared on his eyebrows from the amount of evaporated sweat. In these past several days he had almost never closed his eyes. The closer the treasure fair was, the more he was forced to seize every second of time available to him. Without the wealth of a powerful influence backing him, he could only rely on himself. To Lin Ming, the spirit medicines and spirit treasures at the treasure fair were all astronomically expensive. Soul force continually flowed out from his fingertips, manipulating the divine runic pen as it left traces of light and shadow in space. Using the extracted juice of materials, Lin Ming left behind lines of tiny runes in the void. Every tiny line left behind a glowing brilliance and emitted a power of fire that wilted the mind. Every single stroke of the runes required an immaculate level of technical skill. The tiniest deviation would lead to the flame patterns coming into conflict with each other and then exploding. After Lin Ming absorbed the memories of 3 divine runic masters, when combined with his profound understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao laws as well as his current skill in the divine runic arts, theoretically speaking his chances of failing to successfully draw up a divine runic symbol were extremely low. Moreover, he had also successfully drawn up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol before. But the production of these 2 divine runic symbols was the pinnacle of Lin Ming's understanding into the theory behind divine runic symbols as well as the peak of his current skill level. Thus, if he wanted to draw up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol once again, every step he did would push him to the limit. Constantly chasing after his limits was a rapidly tiring matter. These 2 divine runic symbols had an extremely high fusion compatibility with the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Every tiny stroke of the runes formed a mosaic that was able to combine and shift together to form an exponential number of changes. The slightest mistake would create damage to the overall structure of tiny runes, possibly even causing an explosion. This meant that Lin Ming needed to invest every ounce of focus into his work, to concentrate every thought into controlling the divine runic pen. During a sustained period of high concentration, it was easy to consume a massive amount of soul force. If Lin Ming hadn't cultivated Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force cultivation method and had his previous soul force intensity, he would definitely be far too tired to do anything and might have even caused permanent damage to his soul. In the history of divine runic arts, there were some divine runic masters that in order to draw up a pitilessly powerful and infinitely marvelous divine runic symbol, would directly consume their mind and soul and die in their divine runic room. The improved heavenly fire symbol that Lin Ming was drawing, in terms of difficulty and finesse required, was enough to annihilate the mind of a 4th grade divine runic master. The original heavenly fire symbol had more than 800 flame-based tiny runes combined, and there were countless array formation marks within. But, Lin Ming's improved heavenly fire symbol had over 1,000 flame-based tiny runes added within, as well as over 10,000 elaborate array formation marks interspersed throughout. This allowed the heavenly fire symbol to have channels that were able to absorb the power of fire even more smoothly. These profound changes made the difficulty of drawing up a heavenly fire symbol exponentially greater than before. All of these new additions required Lin Ming to consume an enormous amount of soul force. There was no need to mention the changes Lin Ming made in the Azura heavenly Tao laws. The original heavenly fire symbol had an extremely rough and crude implementation of the Azura heavenly Tao. Within it, only several rune paths conformed with the Azura heavenly Tao laws. As for Lin Ming's changes, he completely eliminated all previous rune paths that corresponded to the Azura heavenly Tao, and planted in 108 new rune paths in their place. These modifications, if seen by other divine runic masters, would truly shock the world. Some lower-level divine runic masters would find it impossible to understand. The consequences of these complex changes were a massive increase in the use of soul force as well as endless and constant calculations during the drawing process. Even if Lin Ming had successfully produced a heavenly fire symbol once, there would occasionally be a slight deviation in the flame-based runes at the start, finally causing there to be a conflict with the Azura heavenly Tao laws that were fused into it. Finally, a massive fire dragon would blow up from the tiny runes, causing the entire divine runic symbol to be ruined. If it weren't for Xiao Moxian standing guard on the side and quickly responding, and swallowing the fire dragons with the darkness laws, then Lin Ming's eyebrows and most of his hair would have been burnt away. 3,972 flexible array lines, conforming to the right spiral revolution of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, Lin Ming mumbled to himself, all of his concentration focused on the floating lines of flames in the air. Finally, the long lines of flames were pulled into the top of the heavenly fire symbol. The entire heavenly fire symbol erupted with a blazing light. The lines of the flame runes rapidly decomposed, gathering onto the tiny runes within and then combining once more. Another 2 hours passed. The reformed flame runes began to fuse with the lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws in the air. With a brief flash, all of the surging energies vanished at once. All that was left in Lin Ming's hand was a simple and plain heavenly fire symbol that sparkled with a strange light. The heavenly fire symbol seemed ordinary and rough, without even the slightest power of fire leaking out. If other divine runic masters were to see this, they would certainly sing praises to the heavens. To create a heavenly fire symbol that didn't have the slightest bit of energy flowing out, this required a deeply profound understanding and control of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. All of that power of fire needed to be forcefully locked inside. Pada. A drop of sweat fell down from the tip of Lin Ming's nose. Before it hit the ground, the drop of sweat was already evaporated by the high heat. Lin Ming finally opened his eyes, letting out a long breath of relief. Xiao Moxian smiled like a blooming flower, finally relaxing a little. The heavenly fire symbol is finished. Do you want to rest a little? Xiao Moxian's worried eyes looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming confidently smiled. He shook his head and said, "No need. I'll be fine after I practice the divine mist heart mantra." "You're being too hard on yourself," Xiao Moxian whispered. But she knew that once Lin Ming decided to do something, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to change his mind. Moreover, she also knew that he was pressed for time. Every step Lin Ming made was to prepare for the future war with the saint race in the divine realm. Thinking of these future matters, a desolate and sad look passed through her face. Divine realm, saint race, monster race. To her, this was a knot in her heart that she couldn't undo. Dong, dong, dong. A knocking sound echoed out from the front door. "Sir Lin." Suya's dark and sensual voice transmitted from the other side of the door. Xiao Moxian suddenly frowned deeply, her body immediately straightening up. A faint sense of hostility flashed over her face. When a beautiful woman met another beautiful woman, it wasn't unlikely for sparks to occur, especially when there was a man involved. Lin Ming also wrinkled his eyebrows. He didn't like being disturbed by outsiders when he was deep in drawing up divine runic symbols. "What is it?" Lin Ming coldly asked, patiently holding back his temper. "The great Lord Empyrean of our extreme star Holy Lands knows that Sir Lin has been busy with many matters these days and has been working hard on the divine runic arts, so he has bid me send you some soul recovery symbols." Soul recovery symbols? Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. A soul recovery symbol was an extremely complex divine runic symbol. In order to create one needed the special condensed soul crystals of the spiriters and then to add in the soul recovery laws of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. This sort of divine runic symbol was expensive and not too practical. Normally, only divine runic masters near the 7th grade, half-step spiriters Empyreans, or other characters of that level would use these divine runic symbols, because drawing one up required a peak 6th grade divine runic master. For the current Lin Ming, meditating on the divine mist heart mantra was a waste of his time. If he had these soul recovery symbols to supplement him, then it would really be a useful gift that came at the right time. As long as this type of supportive divine runic symbol was fused into his body, he would be able to rapidly recover his soul force. Without needing Lin Ming to speak, Xiao Moxian had already opened the front door without reservation. Her hostility to this seductive temptress Suya was one matter, but these soul recovery symbols that could help Lin Ming were another. As long as it was something that could help Lin Ming, she wouldn't refuse it. As the front door opened, a strange and intoxicating scent rushed in, accompanied with the gentle tinkling of bells. Suya's casual dress was provocative enough, but today she was especially dressed up. She wore a long and silky dress that was cut low at the chest, exposing her curvy figure. Her majestic chest was proud and full as a startling amount of snowy white skin was exposed. Her earrings were made from strange crystals, mysteriously polished so that they exuded a dazzling light. When combined with her pouty looks, every movement of hers exuded a captivating scent. She carried a plate with both hands that was stacked with divine runic symbols carrying a dark strength. Slowly stepping into the room, Suya maintained a trace of a smile. Her star-bright eyes were mesmerizing. Of course, this brilliant gaze was focused on the improved heavenly fire symbol that Lin Ming just drew up. Suya had stayed in the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a long time and experienced many things. As she saw the improved heavenly fire symbol and the complex runes that still floated like rivers of stars in the sky, her eyes shined even brighter. This divine runic symbol was absolutely not simple. Suya smiled and then placed the plate of soul recovery symbols in front of Lin Ming. Behind her, Xiao Moxian was running out of patience. As Xiao Moxian saw Suya's round and perky bottom from behind, she couldn't help but feel inexplicably annoyed. "Miss Suya, we are currently in the process of researching and developing a new divine runic symbol, so we are a little busy at the moment. We thank you for the favor of sending these soul recovery symbols and we will remember this." Xiao Moxian was well aware that the goal of Suya sending soul recovery symbols here was nothing more than an attempt to curry favor with Lin Ming in order to obtain even greater benefits in the future. If Lin Ming wasn't anybody at all, they definitely wouldn't bother with him. Thus, although Xiao Moxian's words were polite, they had an undertone of seeing a guest out. Chapter 1625. The auctions begin. Chapter 1625. The auctions begin. Suya wasn't some weakling to be pushed around. She could hear the meaning behind Xiao Moxian's words and tone, so she turned to Lin Ming and cast him a winsome smile. "Sir Lin, this is quite embarrassing to ask, but may I ask what divine runic symbol you are researching right now?" As she spoke, she bent down and curiously looked at the improved divine runic symbol. Suya propped her hands against the divine runic table. Her plunging deep neckline originally revealed a deep snow-white valley, and after bending down, her large and explosive mountains swayed back and forth like surging pendulums. Sitting on the other side of the divine runic table, Lin Ming never imagined he would see such a scene. He was slightly surprised as he inevitably got a clear look at Suya's beautiful scenery. This sort of temptation, if a young divine runic master were to see it, would cause their blood to boil. And even though Lin Ming wasn't too affected, he was still momentarily stunned by what he saw. At this time, Suya was simply far too close to Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, he simply had nowhere to look away to. And as he was wondering what he should do, he suddenly noticed a chilling cold rise up. He couldn't help but look at the direction of that icy cold air. All he saw was Xiao Moxian glaring at Suya, her entire face covered with black lines, seeming as if she was on the verge of storming out. To attempt to seduce Lin Ming right in front of her, this woman simply didn't place her in her eyes. As Lin Ming felt Xiao Moxian's burgeoning anger, he coughed loudly and pushed himself away from the divine runic table, quickly retreating. "Miss Suya, I am indeed trying to revise a divine runic symbol. If there aren't any other matters, I want to try to grasp the time to draw up several more. These soul recovery symbols have come at the perfect time. I will remember this sentiment." Lin Ming was also hinting for his guest to see her way out. It wasn't only because of Xiao Moxian, but also because he really was far too busy. Heavenly fire symbol. This is a heavenly fire symbol. There isn't any power of fire leaking out. After entering Lin Ming's divine runic room with great difficulty, Suya naturally wouldn't leave until she investigated for some information. She couldn't help but gently touch the improved heavenly fire symbol. As she discovered the peculiarities inside, she exclaimed out loud. In her opinion, every heavenly fire symbol would inevitably have a certain amount of energy flowing out of it. The higher the grade a divine runic master who created the divine runic symbol was, the more complex the rune structure would be, the more exquisite the law lines, and the less strength that would flow out. This was a manifestation of a divine runic master's ability to control a divine runic symbol. She had rarely encountered this situation before where there wasn't any energy flowing out from a divine runic symbol. This proved to her that Lin Ming's ability to confine the energy of the divine runes had reached an astonishing degree. Suya suppressed her surprise. She had already accomplished her goal for coming here. She faintly smiled at Lin Ming and said, "Sir Lin, then I will not disturb you from drawing up divine runic symbols." Then, her eyes narrowed, curving up like crescent moons in the skies, enchanting and alluring. "I would also like to ask Sir Lin to consider our extreme star holy lands and sell this improved heavenly fire symbol to us in the future. The price can be further discussed." Lin Ming thought for a moment. The extreme star holy lands could be considered an old customer of his. If he really did sell divine runic symbols, he would have intentions of selling to them. But he had a special plan for these two divine runic symbols that he was creating now. "I am not too familiar with producing these divine runic symbols. If I can produce them en masse, I will consider you." Lin Ming didn't confirm anything as he kept his words ambiguous. Suya's eyes shined as she heard this. As long as Lin Ming said this, she would have something to report to the extreme star holy lands. The previous batches of nirvanic tribulation flame symbols had miraculous and wondrous effects on the battlefield. This caused Suya to withstand a great deal of pressure from the high-level figures of the extreme star holy lands, making her feel pressed for time. Now, all she could do was keep track of Lin Ming. "Then I won't disturb Sir Lin. If there is anything you need, please inform me. As long as I can accomplish it, I will definitely try to help Sir Lin as much as I can." Suya threw one last smile towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded in return. Then, with a twirl of her dress, Suya turned and left. It was only that as Suya passed by Xiao Moxian, her eyes flashed and she raised her proud swan-like neck, her gaze touching upon Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian returned this gaze with eyes that could kill. Her small canines were sharp like a little tiger's, reflecting an icy cold brightness. As the two women's eyes met, an intense electric light sparked in the void. With a bang, the door closed. As Suya's footsteps gradually faded away, Xiao Moxian slowly pursed her lips. She shot Lin Ming a look, her complexion still gloomy. She didn't think that Suya was more beautiful than she was, but Suya's figure had the flavor of a ripe peach, explosive and bursting from the seams. This was an attribute that Xiao Moxian completely lacked. Her figure was more slender and smooth. "Disgusting woman." Xiao Moxian indignantly sputtered out. Lin Ming coughed. Without saying anything, he picked up a divine runic pen. Over the next half-month, Lin Ming invested all of his time and focus in producing the improved heavenly fire symbol and the heretical god symbol. These divine runic symbols were far more complex than the previous nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Every time he drew one up, he would have to put in 7 to 8 times the effort of producing a nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Moreover, what gave Lin Ming a headache the most was that the failure rate was far too high. In the first few days, the failure rate reached as high as 70 to 80%. With this rate, Lin Ming could only draw up a single divine runic symbol in one day. Even half a month later, his failure rate only fell to 50%. This was also with the batch of soul recovery symbols that Suya had provided. With their wonderful effects of revitalizing the divine soul, every time Lin Ming felt his soul force on the verge of collapse, he would absorb one soul recovery symbol and feel his soul force rapidly restore itself. Time quickly passed. In the final 2 days before the treasure fair began, Lin Ming didn't take a single moment of rest. Every time a heavenly fire symbol failed and exploded, not only would Lin Ming's clothes tear apart, but even the nearby strange and amusing Xiao Moxian would find her face completely blackened with soot. When combined her 2 white canines, this was an especially entertaining sight. But in the end, Lin Ming still produced 10 improved heavenly fire symbols and 10 heretical god symbols. In the early morning of the next day, as the sky was bright and the sun was dawning, countless crowds of people had gathered in Divine Rune City. As Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming left the Divine Runic Masters Guild, they were able to see the tides of people flying through the skies, like swarms of locusts. Only during the period of the treasure fair would Divine Rune City allow martial artists to fly, because the treasure fair was held in the floating castle. Due to this miraculous scene could be viewed. The floating castle was 100 miles wide and flew high in the air. Even so, the innumerable martial artists surrounding it were like motes of dust. Although he had barely managed to catch a night of rest, Lin Ming was still feeling the after-effects of overdrawing his soul force for an entire month. Now that he suddenly left his room, the dazzling sunlight made even Lin Ming feel a bout of dizziness. It took him a moment to adapt to the brilliant dappled sunlight. There really is a great deal of people here. Looking at this scene in front of him, Lin Ming was startled. With so many people, it was hard to imagine just how high the volume of trade transactions would be. Taking Xiao Moxian's hand, Lin Ming once more flew into the treasure fair in the flying castle. At this time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. He could clearly feel that as he arrived at the treasure fair, the entire floating castle rippled with a thick power of divine runic symbols. These were a type of hidden defensive divine runic symbols that were fused into the spirit stone of the castle. If anyone attacked this castle, these defensive divine runic symbols would erupt with a terrifying defensive barrier. Rows upon rows of stores were everywhere, with the treasures inside all outstanding. Compared to the last time Lin Ming was here, there were many more good items. Just by smelling the rich medicinal fragrance in the air, he could tell that there were far more spirit medicines for sale. However, the sale square which had been there before had been cleared out. A massive complex hung in the center of it, shaped like an 8-sided honeycomb. This building was like a miniature sun. It was covered with radiant glowing stones, swallowing up all surrounding shadows and shining with a noon light. On all 8 sides of this honeycomb structure, around every 10 miles, there was a giant massive illusory mirror that showed what was occurring within. It was clear that this was an auction site. The staff inside were busily bustling about in preparation. However, it was clear from the hourglass that hung above the structure that there was only an hour left until the auction began. Lin Ming had already received the news. From today forth, the most precious items of the treasure fair would all be sold in the auction. As for the item shops outside, the things they sold were far from comparable to the heavenly treasures sold in the auction house. It was inevitable that the jade dragon horn he needed would appear there, and it was even possible that the dragon saliva grass would too. After all, these were materials that top divine runic masters wanted, and their price would definitely soar as the divine runic masters fought for them. As Lin Ming was thinking, he heard a giggle burst out from the entrance. Duke Full Moon also came. Haha, the pressure on a little girl like me is far too great. I hope that Duke Full Moon won't snatch something from my hands. Duke Full Moon. This laughter was also quite familiar. Lin Ming couldn't help but follow these sounds and be surprised as he caught sight of a few familiar faces. How could these people have gathered together? The few people at the entrance were surrounded by a group of extremely muscular and vigorous guards. Of the people being guarded, one of them was a tall and graceful woman, a peerless beauty of her generation. She had been the one smiling and laughing. It was Miss Suya from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Beside Miss Suya was a blue-clothed man, a faintly happy smile on his face. His eyes burned as they occasionally dipped down to her swaying figure before slowly coming back up to her face. Behind this blue-clothed man was a slow and creeping black-cloaked old man. The old man's complexion was gloomy and dark. It was only when Suya and the blue-clothed man occasionally laughed out loud that the old man would join in with a few terse and hollow laughs. It was hard to tell from his complexion whether he was irritated or not. The blue-clothed man and the black-cloaked old man were the two people that Lin Ming bumped into when he last visited the treasure fair. For them to meet again was also inevitable, because there were many treasures at this auction that the blue-clothed man had to obtain no matter what. Chapter 1626, Encounter. Chapter 1626, Encounter. From Suya's words, Lin Ming learned that this blue-clothed man's title was Duke Full Moon. With the title Duke Full Moon, in addition to the way Suya treated this man, it was clear that this person was a high-level figure of some divine kingdom. Generally speaking, large influences were separated into nation-type organizations and sect-type organizations. In a sect, important figures would normally be titled elders, protectors, highest elders, and so forth. And in a divine kingdom, important figures were normally titled dukes, high princes, imperial scholars, and so forth. There wasn't much difference between these types of influences to begin with. Everything, including ranking and such, depended on the personal preferences of the founder. Although this Duke Full Moon was hiding his cultivation, Lin Ming could faintly feel that he had already reached the World King realm. Even if his cultivation wasn't at the World King realm, he likely already had the capital to contend with a World King. If there was a powerhouse that could battle with a World King in this divine kingdom and he was only titled a duke and not a high prince, the power of this divine kingdom could be imagined. A Spiritus divine kingdom, as well as at least a peak Empyrean influence. Lin Ming sifted through Torchriver's remnant memories and locked onto some possible divine kingdoms. Still, he couldn't confirm which one this other party came from. Miss Suya, I just bought some dark rainflower tea. It is 100,000 points for just one tail. Dark rainflowers can only be picked once every 10,000 years, and only after being cooked together with 72 different kinds of heavenly materials can this type of top-grade dark rainflower tea be made. In the upcoming days I plan on holding a martial arts tea party at Carefree Hall. At that time, I wonder if Miss Suya would be kind enough to grace me with her presence. Martial arts tea party? Dark rainflower tea? Duke Full Moon is indeed a dauntless man. I, Suya, would love to attend. Suya's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as if she were truly interested in going. But just as one thought she was about to agree, an embarrassed color actually flashed over her face. With an expression filled with regret she said, "But I apologize, I've recently received a mission from Extreme Star Heavenly Palace that I must complete within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Now that the situation at the warfront has become intense, it is impossible for me to leave my post. I can only regretfully decline Duke Fullmoon's invitation." Like this, Suya rejected Duke Fullmoon's invitation without any rudeness at all, and even her explanation was sound. But Duke Fullmoon still frowned. He had already invited Suya 7 or 8 times before to visit his Carefree Hall, but he had been turned down by her every time. Not just that, but every time she rejected him she had seemed extremely reasonable and there was nothing that Duke Full Moon could find fault with. This woman, she really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. She keeps refusing Duke's request every time. Beside Duke Full Moon, the woman called Junior Apprentice Sister Ching smirked as she spoke with a sound transmission. Even the eyes she looked at Suya with were cruel and cutting. Suya certainly noticed the hostility emanating from this other woman, but she simply covered her mouth and tittered, as if she wasn't aware of anything at all. Suya was well aware what sort of place the Carefree Hall where Duke Fullmoon was planning to hold this so-called martial arts tea party was. It could be called Duke Fullmoon's harem as well as his personal quarters. Since ancient times, in the palaces of emperors and great kings, harems forbade other men from entering. The only ones that could enter and leave were eunuchs. A martial arts tea party held in a harem? Wasn't that just a joke? Suya didn't doubt that when this martial arts tea party occurred, the only ones there would be Duke Fullmoon and his maids and concubines. And as the honored guest of such an event, once she went to Carefree Hall to participate in this martial arts tea party, there was an absolute certainty she would become the main dish of Duke Fullmoon's nightly entertainment. She certainly wouldn't agree to this type of invitation. Duke Fullmoon rubbed his chin, his eyes once again raking up and down Suya's explosive body, not seeming surprised or angry at her rejection. "Duke, what is so good about her? Is her body so overwhelming? In Carefree Palace there are many others that are as equally plentiful of figure, there is nothing they lack." Seeing Duke Fullmoon so interested in Suya, Junior Apprentice Sister Ching began to unhappily whine with a sound transmission. In truth, her own body was quite good. "You don't understand. This sort of enchanting seductress seems as if they will become intimate with anyone, but the truth is that women like her are aloof of all relations and are the most arrogant in their bones. She is a butterfly that can flit around in all social situations and any interest she shows in men is only superficial. As for those that have thoughts of eating her up, it is actually impossible. The more one likes this type of woman, the more difficult they are to conquer, but only by conquering this type of woman can one truly be satisfied. For martial artists that lived for thousands of lives, it wasn't uncommon to have crowds of wives and concubines. Duke Full Moon was already a veteran in courting women and was a thorough expert in them. He had no interest in women that threw themselves into his chest on their own initiative. Rather, a proud and arrogant woman like Suya who had her own strength, that was the type of woman he wanted to conquer. It's all about the long game. Sooner or later I'll taste this woman and have her serve me from the depths of her heart. As Duke Full Moon spoke, he smiled confidently. He wanted to change the topic of conversation so that he could slowly infiltrate the mind of this beautiful woman that he planned on conquering in the future. But at this time, Suya's eyes brightened as if something she saw made her overjoyed. As she smiled, her smile was more radiant than peonies in spring. She turned towards a direction and waved. As she waved her hand, her voluptuous body shook like a branch in the wind, leaving the mind stunned. "Sir Lin, over here." Even though there were layers upon layers of people in the crowd, this didn't stop Suya at all. She seemed as if she would forcefully push her way through the crowd to greet someone. This left Duke Full Moon startled. He immediately frowned. Who was this Sir Lin? Was there someone here that had a status higher than his own? A background greater than his own? In Duke Full Moon's eyes, anyone that could cause Suya to impatiently greet them was definitely a character with an extraordinary status. Hearing Suya's distant greetings, Lin Ming could only ruefully smile. He originally didn't want to bump into this hard-to-handle Duke Full Moon. As for Xiao Moxian, she didn't want Lin Ming to bump into Suya. Thus, the two of them came to a tacit agreement that they would take a round detour around the auction hall and pretend as if they didn't see anyone. But, they never imagined that this Suya would seem to possess something like a telepathic ability. Even in the endless crowds she was able to keenly lock onto Lin Ming's presence. Suya's voice and sex appeal had a deep penetrative power. As she shouted out loud, her luscious body swaying back and forth as she moved forwards all smiles, Lin Ming instantly became the focus of attention. "Sir Lin, what a coincidence." Suya was excited like a little girl. She stood on her tiptoes, beckoning over Lin Ming as if she were afraid he hadn't seen her. Such a welcoming Suya caused Xiao Moxian's bright smile to slowly dim down. Her hand that held Lin Ming's hand mysteriously disappeared and reappeared at his waist, pinching a little of his skin and twisting a bit. Lin Ming was left speechless. He certainly knew what Xiao Moxian's meaning was. She was warning him not to be too friendly with this woman. "This is Miss Suya, it really is a coincidence." Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. "That's right, this must be fate." Suya laughed, her smile becoming increasingly happy. And, this smile wasn't the professional smile that often hung on her face, but was a smile that came from her heart. It was clear that Suya treated Lin Ming considerably differently. Seeing Lin Ming as well as the genuine smile coming from Suya, Duke Full Moon's previous attitude and self-control of not being angry at being rejected by this beautiful woman suddenly vanished. His face immediately turned gloomy. How could it be this boy again? So the so-called Sir Lin was actually Lin Ming. Just now he had been bragging in front of his concubine that Suya was the type of woman that was only superficially intimate with others but was in truth a proud and haughty woman that disdained men. As for conquering Suya, that would be extremely difficult and only someone like himself had this ability. But in the blink of an eye, Suya was ridiculously attentive to Lin Ming. She passed through the crowds of people without hesitation to greet him as if she were afraid that Lin Ming would run away if she were a bit slower. This was simply a slap to Duke Full Moon's face. If Suya were to greet some great person, like an imperial prince from a true divinity-level influence, then Duke Full Moon would be envious but he wouldn't be angry. However, the one she was greeting so excitedly was Lin Ming. A month ago, Duke Full Moon had already verified through various intelligence organizations that besides an unknown master that no one had seen before, Lin Ming had no one else supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of running to the Marvel Blue Nation for a body transformation cultivation method. This brat has some ability. A cold light flashed in Duke Full Moon's eyes. In this brief encounter he had thoroughly lost to Lin Ming. And at this time, although Suya was already standing beside Lin Ming, she didn't seem to forget or snub Duke Full Moon. Through the crowds of people she said to Duke Full Moon, "Duke Full Moon, Suya must bid her farewells for now. In the future, if the Duke comes again, Suya will definitely pay a visit." Suya's words were sufficiently polite. As for paying a visit, who knew if that was possible even in the next tens of millions of years? Although Suya knew that this would offend Duke Full Moon a little, it was clear who was more important between Duke Full Moon and Lin Ming. Disregarding that Suya had a good impression of Lin Ming already, making it easier for her to follow him, Lin Ming's value alone was already so ridiculously high that Suya was willing to pay any price to win him over. Duke Full Moon came from a large influence, but no matter how large that influence was, there was only the slightest thread of relations between them and Suya. The reason she was polite to Duke Full Moon to begin with was that she had the thoughts of becoming friends and perhaps making use of him in the future. Just for this, Duke Full Moon wanted to trick Suya into his bed. Regarding this, Suya could only break down laughing in her heart. But Lin Ming was completely different. If Lin Ming really had the same plan as Duke Full Moon, then she would find it much more difficult to handle. The slightest mistake and she really would be caught in Lin Ming's web. Thinking of this, Suya felt an inexplicable ripple in her heart, but she quickly cast these bewildering thoughts away. She knew that Lin Ming didn't have such ideas about her. She said to Lin Ming, "Sir Lin, are you planning to attend the auction? How about we go together?" Without needing Lin Ming to respond, Xiao Moxian smiled and said, "No need. We're fine going by ourselves." Although Xiao Moxian was smiling, when her smile was combined with her shiny pair of canines, it gave off the feeling that she could pounce and bite at any moment. Suya thought little of it. She tactfully said, "That's also a good idea." Although they said to take separate roads, there was only a single path from the entrance to the auction hall. For now, they were temporarily traveling together. Chapter 1627, Grand Event. Chapter 1627, Grand Event. Glowing crystals paved the passageway. Their mystical luster lit up the path to the auction hall with a rainbow of colors, casting the world in enigmatic beauty. The channel finally came to end. 3 crystalline doors appeared in front of everyone, dividing it into 3 different directions. 4 golden-armored guards with black capes swung over their shoulders guarded the doors behind them. Although their auras were restrained, Lin Ming could still feel the sea-deep energy of these 4. This aura is a Holy Lord-level character. After realizing the strength of these 4 people, Lin Ming couldn't help but be amazed. This was the first time he had seen Holy Lord-level characters guarding gates. Before now, the highest rank guards he had seen were at the Divine Lord realm. From this, it could be seen how much the Divine Runic Masters Guild valued this auction. As Lin Ming was in thought, a middle-aged man approached them and spoke with a pleasant tone. 3 guests, do you plan on entering the auction? Please show your identity cards. Moreover, there are 3 different tiers of seating available, each with different fees. Please pay the fees for the seating tier you choose and someone will arrive to escort you there. Regarding the workings of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Suya was clearly much more knowledgeable than Lin Ming. She took out a golden Divine Runic Masters Guild status card and quickly passed it over. This middle-aged man belonged to the Runic Pill Trading Organization and he had never seen Suya before. But, he knew that Suya existed in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. After checking this card, his attitude towards her was much more respectful. He didn't think that this beautiful woman in front of him would be the person issuing missions for the Extreme Star Holy Lands. For these past 2 years, the high-level figures of the Runic Pill Trading Organization had kept in constant contact with Suya, and to them the Extreme Star Holy Lands was a source of significant wealth. And this sir and lady. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming didn't reveal his name, only handing over his VIP card and entering. Sir Lin, have you rented a room yet? Suya turned her hand and the opulent status card disappeared into her spatial ring. I haven't. I heard that there were 3 tiers of seats. Indeed. There are ordinary seats that are on the base level, these are 100,000 points each to rent. Above those are private rooms. The ordinary private rooms are a bit small but the price is 2 million, and above those are the luxury suites that are 30 million. The truth was that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had already rented a luxury suite in preparation for this auction. Suya wanted to invite Lin Ming, but she knew that there was no chance he would join her, so she simply didn't ask at all. 30 million points wasn't much to Lin Ming, but he felt that this wasn't necessary. Just an ordinary room was enough to hide his identity. Lin Ming chose an ordinary private. Like this, he parted with Suya. After entering the room, a maid left behind a number plate for Lin Ming and carefully informed him of the rules before leaving. The room was similar to a floating building in the sky, a bit small and narrow inside. At the front was a massive window through which one could see the entire auction hall arena as well as a path leading to a balcony outside. The entire auction's luxury suites, ordinary rooms, and ordinary seats were like 3 different tiers of mountain peaks, layered just like a theater. The luxury suites and ordinary rooms were both built with strange flying stones. These stones were marked with all sorts of runes that covered them like sand on paper. It was clear that these divine runic symbols provided a tremendous levitating force to the buildings. In addition, these flying stones had a natural floating power, so as the massive luxury suites and ordinary rooms were in the skies, they dotted the landscape like islands in the air, able to overlook everything beneath them. In front of every ordinary room was a massive floating flat projection stone that was 20 to 30 feet tall. These projection stones clearly reflected every movement on the stage, down to the tiniest detail. And below that was a giant stone book controlled by a spirit stone. This stone had lines of flowing text on it that indicated the items that were to be auctioned today. As long as Lin Ming swiped his fingers over the spirit stone, the entire stone book would shine with a gentle shimmering energy and a delicate woman's voice would begin to explain in detail any treasure that was listed. This was the first time that Lin Ming had experienced such an array formation that explained things in advance. This array formation indeed made things far more convenient. And at this time, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the top row of VIP suites. Look over there. That is soaring Starlight Shuttle, Empyrean Lionheart's personal transport. Even Empyrean Lionheart came. This year's treasure fair is truly a grand event. Some people cried out in alarm. Empyrean. This word, no matter where it was said, always carried with it a mystical charm. When Lin Ming displayed such vivid skills in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, many of the Divine Runic Masters there subconsciously assumed that there was a peak Empyrean powerhouse standing behind him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a deep background in the divine runic arts. Lin Ming had inherited Torchriver's memories, so he had naturally heard of Empyrean Lionheart before. This was a character that had risen to fame tens of millions of years ago, and although he was inferior to top characters like Empyrean Divine Mist, he was still a horrifying existence. Lin Ming looked out in the center of the arena. The projection stone was currently reflecting the world outside. All that was seen was a massive interstellar ship as large as a planet, looking like a vicious beast that spanned the heavens and earth. Swathes of mysterious runes floated like stars around the ship, constantly swirling about. The entire treasure ship emitted a cold and metallic luster. It was like a sun rising into the heavens, eternally glorious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The great ship that was thousands of feet high. It emitted ear-cracking creaking sounds as it filled the surroundings with a blazing brilliance, carrying with it a momentum as if it would charge through the universe. People only saw this Empyrean-level spirit treasure, the soaring Starlight Shuttle, but didn't see Empyrean Lionheart themselves. This left many of them feeling a bit regretful. It's fine. An Empyrean-level character isn't someone we look up at. I heard that before Empyrean Lionheart came, Empyrean Minor Violet had already arrived. But I have no idea where she is. Millimeter. Empyrean Minor Violet also came? That's right. Rumors say that Empyrean Minor Violet isn't on friendly terms with Empyrean Lionheart. If the two of them compete, I wonder what sort of scene that would be. In the audience, many people were wildly discussing amongst themselves. These two Empyreans were the rulers of their own Empyrean Holy Lands with incomparably rich resources. If they were indeed planning on competing in this auction, then that would truly be a dizzying sight. Lin Ming hadn't activated the isolation array formations in his room, so all of these discussions entered his ears. Lin Ming also knew of Empyrean miner Violet. She was a woman who had equally risen to fame tens of millions of years ago and had established her own holy land. Whether it was in strength or methods, she was a terrifying character. Empyrean miner Violet's name struck like a bolt of thunder in the ears of everyone within the inner Azura Road. In this auction, 2 Empyreans had arrived. This was truly a grand event for the ages. I just hope these 2 ruthless people don't take a liking to the things I want. As Lin Ming thought of the possible situations that could occur, he could only secretly complain to himself. If they were to struggle with him, then he absolutely would be in trouble. There were many people who, even if they had a large number of points, wouldn't dare to compete with 2 Empyreans. They simply didn't have the confidence to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited for far too long. At this moment, a deep and sonorous voice spread throughout the entire auction hall arena. The scene on the projection stones rippled once more, showing the scene of the auction stage below. They saw a tall middle-aged man in neat and meticulous clothing stepping onto the auction stage platform. His eyes were deeply set and his nose was high. He had a sharp, pronounced jaw and his aura was deep, giving off a calming feeling. This person was the president of the Runic Pill Trading Organization as well as a high-level elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Out of all the elders within the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild, Song Wen was the only one who wasn't a Divine Runic Master. Even so, he was still an elder. Not only did he not have many attainments in the Divine Runic Arts, but his strength was also only at the early Holy Lord realm. Still, there wasn't a single person in the Divine Runic Masters Guild that underestimated him, because he had a surpassingly outstanding ability to manage operations of large-scale organizations. This was also the reason he was able to become an elder. Divine Rune City was not purely a sect, it was a comprehensive gathering of interests and individuals, and as such needed a person with Song Wen's talents. Today's treasure fair has gathered elites from all over. As a show of respect, the first auction today will have me as the auctioneer. Song Wen's voice wasn't loud, but his words spread through the massive arena site. Not a single word was left out from everyone's ears. After he finished speaking, a squad of late Divine Lord Guards brought up a giant square box to the auction stage. This box was completely carved from special obsidian material. This material had an extremely strong isolating effect and also had strong defensive divine runic symbols fused into it. Even so, from the middle of the box one could hear sounds like the roaring of dragons and tigers. The light of the treasure leaked out, shot into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone. Generally speaking, the first item in an auction would be an extremely high-quality item. This was to whet the appetite of the bidders and ignite the enthusiasm of the crowd so that the auction started off on a high note. And as everyone's eyes were focused on the obsidian box on the auction stage. In an opulent VIP suite, Duke Fullmoon was embracing his junior apprentice sister Qing in his chest as he fiddled with an information jade slip. Ordinary private room number 36. This brat isn't even willing to pay out for a VIP suite. When Duke Fullmoon entered the auction hall, the first thing he did was to ask someone to look up where Lin Ming was. The locations of all visitors were registered, so looking up where someone wasn't difficult at all. He's nothing but a poor little beggar, how could he possibly compare with the Duke? Junior apprentice sister Qing softly said. Haha. Duke Fullmoon laughed, using a little bit of strength to pull junior apprentice sister Qing's waist. He said, he's not as poor as he seems. 30 million isn't a price that he can't pay. I've looked up some of his information already. After he crafted that batch of Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, even with conservative estimates the Extreme Star Holy Lands still paid him over $1 billion. Duke Fullmoon had already investigated the quantity and approximate price of Lin Ming's sale of Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one be undefeated. Since Duke Fullmoon was on bad terms with Lin Ming and he needed the dragon contract to begin with, it was naturally best for him to clearly investigate as much as he could into Lin Ming. At this time, Shadow Overflow, who was also sitting in the VIP suite, lifted up the hood of his black cloak, revealing a face like a wizened old sorcerer. He hoarsely said, $1 billion plus points, how could he be Duke's match? I heard that the Duke must purchase many things for divine void divine kingdom this time, so you must have a great sum of wealth in hand. In addition with the Duke's own wealth and mine, that Lin Ming has already lost. Chapter 1628, Nameless Ancient Pill. Chapter 1628, Nameless Ancient Pill. In this auction, Duke Full Moon not only represented himself, but also represented Divine Void Divine Kingdom to purchase resources. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was far too large. Besides Divine Void, the true divinity ruler of the nation, there were also 7 Empyreans. These 7 Empyreans each wielded power over a province of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. There were 7 provinces, and these 7 provinces added together comprised the complete Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Duke Full Moon came from the 9 Nether province and he was a subordinate of Empyrean 9 Nether. Of these 7 provinces, the 9 Nether province was one of the strongest. Let's see just what this first treasure is. Duke Full Moon's gaze focused on the obsidian box on the auction stage. He was also curious about what the opening treasure of this grand auction would be. But at this time, Runic Pill Trading Organization President Song Wen didn't immediately open the box. Instead, he used his rich and magnetic voice to introduce the origin of the treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the treasure within this box was obtained from the drifting islands within the Stormy Sea. I'm sure everyone here is already familiar with the Stormy Sea and its drifting islands. As Song Wen mentioned the Stormy Sea, everyone beneath the stage sucked in a light breath of air. This was one of the several great life forbidden zones of the inner Azura Road. Lin Ming also had a deep impression of the Stormy Sea. Not to mention Torchriver's memories, but when Lin Ming first arrived at the inner Azura Road, he had inquired at Heaven's Secret about information related to transcendent divine mights of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, and Heaven's Secret had given him 3 pieces of information. The first piece of information concerned the forbidden divine barons, the third piece of information concerned Mo Brightmoon's Celestial Tyrant Manual, and the second piece of information concerned the Stormy Sea. The Stormy Sea had islands that mysteriously flitted in and out of existence. These were the drifting islands. According to Heaven's Secret, the drifting islands had inheritances left behind by powerhouses related to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Thus, if Lin Ming were to find the drifting islands, there was a chance he could obtain transcendent divine mights related to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. But these islands had no fixed location. Their whereabouts were unknown, constantly shifting, like a mirage that vanished upon second glance. Many powerhouses went to the Stormy Sea to search for these islands, but their exploration ended in failure. Some of them returned, but some of them went missing, their life or death unknown. He never imagined that the first treasure of this auction would have been found at the drifting island. Out of the many life-forbidden zones of the inner Azura Road, the drifting islands wasn't the most dangerous, but it was absolutely the most enigmatic. No one knew how they were formed. If one wanted to find the drifting islands and return alive, they needed to have absolute strength and a great destiny above their body, otherwise it would be impossible to succeed. The first treasure is something found at the drifting islands. Divine Rune City's auction is really explosively amazing. It's no wonder that even Empyreans would come here. For some martial artists in the arena, this was their first time attending Divine Rune City's treasure fair. Upon seeing such treasures with their own eyes, they were definitely drooling with greed, but what a pity they weren't able to afford such treasures. Most of them didn't have a total net worth surpassing 30 million points. Let's not come to conclusions so quickly. Although this is something from the drifting islands, it might not be too precious. There are also useless treasures at the drifting islands. We have to see what grade of treasure this is first. Some people said. However, they soon shut up. This was because as Song Wen opened the obsidian box, a strange spiritual light shot out from the slits of the box. At the same time, a massive aura of life gushed out, as if there were some living creature inside. Such a boundless and vigorous aura definitely wouldn't belong to something ordinary. Song Wen used both hands to lift up a small jade platform. And at the center of this jade platform was a little circular groove, and this groove surprisingly held a pill. As this pill appeared, it released a brilliant rainbow-colored light. Faint traces of flames seemed to burn on the surface of the pill, slowly evolving into mystical shapes. There were dragons, phoenix, humans, and even traces of the great Tao as well as the aura of laws. Even though Lin Ming was several miles away from the auction stage, he could still feel a formidable spirituality. This was an extraordinary pill, Lin Ming instantly judged. He could feel all the blood within his body being galvanized by this pill, as if the blood within him were about to spray out at any moment. Lin Ming's blood vitality was extremely stable, but this pill was still able to affect the very foundation of his blood. This proved that there was an incredible condensed power of blood vitality within this pill. Moreover, Lin Ming could faintly feel that this pill sent out a vast energy, one that would be tremendously helpful to his own essence-gathering system. Back in the past when Heaven's Net had given him information, they said that the drifting islands had inheritances related to powerhouses that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that existed from before the Great Tribulation. Lin Ming suspected that this pill was left behind by ancient ancestors of humanity. This was a pill that could supplement his blood vitality as well as greatly enhance his essence-gathering system. This was a pill completely suited towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was immediately tempted. But he felt that this sudden surprise wasn't good at all. This was only the first auction and he was far from any sign of a jade dragon horn or dragon saliva grass, and yet he discovered that he had an intense desire to win the auction of this pill. In total Lin Ming had around 2 billion points. If he had to buy different treasures as well as keep the dragon saliva grass and jade dragon horn in mind, then even if he doubled his points to 4 billion he still wouldn't have enough. Lin Ming hesitated, but he didn't give up on purchasing this pill. To him, this pill was far too useful. It could even be said that for the current Lin Ming, this was a pill perfectly crafted for him. It was something that could only be found through a stroke of fate. If he were to miss out on it now, then he would be regretting it in the future. However, Lin Ming simultaneously couldn't give up on the jade dragon horn and dragon saliva grass. If so, then he had to rely on some special methods to earn point. Song Wen placed the pill back down on the auction stage platform. Lin Ming discovered that the phantoms on this pill radiated outwards, producing phantasmal images that seemed to be using up the medicinal strength of the pill. But the truth was that even though these medicinal strengths scattered outwards, they returned due to some strange traces of the heavenly Tao law and were then reabsorbed again. It was like the pill itself was breathing. Divine runic symbol. Lin Ming could see that on the surface of the pill, there was an extremely sophisticated divine runic symbol. Not only did this divine runic symbol enhance the effects of the pill, but its greatest function was to maintain the strength of the pill. If this were a 7th grade divine runic symbol, then there really was the chance that this pill could keep for at least 1 billion years without losing any strength. If there was a time enchantment that slowed time as well as a variety of array formations, then it wouldn't be difficult to maintain the peak potency of this pill for billions of years. This was also the reason why a divine pill like this could be preserved on the drifting islands for such a long time. The base bid price is 500 million. Every increase in bid price can be no less than 10 million points. Now, let the auction begin. Song Wen shouted out loud. Before a moment of time passed, someone immediately shouted out a price. 550 million. In a single breath someone had raised the bid by 50 million. But in truth, this pill's value far surpassed this price. Standing near Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but feel worried for him. Currently, Lin Ming's financial resources weren't too abundant. 560 million, 570 million, the bid continued to rise. Those that had spoken out a bid price so far were martial artists in the ordinary rooms. Martial artists in the ordinary seats weren't able to bid such a high price, and the people in the luxury VIP suites had yet to take action. But at this time, a voice echoed out from a luxury suite. 700 million. The reason for raising the bid price so much at once was to kick out all of those who didn't have the resources to match it. And this effect was achieved. Many bidders in the ordinary rooms immediately fizzled. 730 million. Someone else increased the bid price again. This person was also from the luxury suites. Big Brother Lin, what do you plan on doing? Looking at this momentum, the price might rise over 1 billion, and that disgusting Duke Full Moon might target you too, Xiao Moxian hurriedly said. If the greater portion of Lin Ming's wealth were to be sucked dry during the first auction, then what would he do afterwards? The bid price continued to climb, but Lin Ming actually remained silent. He was rapidly estimating the price of this ancient nameless pill. Although this pill came from ancient times, Lin Ming possessed a vast breadth of knowledge on pills and could estimate the approximate cost. According to normal calculations, the true value of this pill was around 1.3 to 1, 4 billion points. This price was truly difficult for Lin Ming to withstand. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he said, "Xiana, this pill might be sold for less than 1 billion. Millimeter?" Xiao Moxian was stunned. "Let's wait and see. I won't buy this pill if it crosses 1.2 billion. Lin Ming's thoughts were clear. This ancient nameless pill was valuable, but the bidders sitting in this auction hall were mostly spiriters. To them, this pill that was left behind by ancient human seniors wasn't as valuable as it was to Lin Ming. Even if there were some human martial artists that planned to buy this pill, they often only cultivated the essence gathering system. This made it so that the value of this pill was far less than 1.3 to 1, 4 billion. The cost to performance ratio simply wasn't good enough. But Lin Ming, who dual cultivated body and energy, could display the full potential of this pill. And as he thought, when the bid price rose to 770 million, there was suddenly a drastic drop in bidders. Everyone had their own scale in mind. The people present here weren't idiots. 800 million, Lin Ming suddenly said. Although his voice was calm, his inner emotions weren't as tranquil. He really feared that an Empyrean would emerge and suddenly compete with him. He looked up at the several highest luxury suites. If he wasn't wrong, then Empyrean Minor Violet and Empyrean Lionheart were staying in those suites. 820 million. At this time, a familiar voice sounded out. Lin Ming looked over and saw a feather-robed man standing in front of the windows of his luxury suite, holding a crystal cup in his hands. This cup contained a blood-red wine, and there was a faintly happy expression on this man's face as he slowly sipped on the wine. From a distance, this man even turned towards Lin Ming and raised his glass in greetings. This person was Duke Full Moon. In all rooms, there were array formations that limited sight into them. But Duke Full Moon deliberately deactivated these array formations to allow Lin Ming to see him. That annoying fly, it's him again. Xiao Moxian felt a deep loathing as she saw Duke Full Moon. She wished she could spit in his face. Lin Ming also slightly frowned. 840 million. Lin Ming shouted out once more. 850 million. Duke Full Moon followed up right after. Duke Full Moon was bidding not just to spite Lin Ming but to consume Lin Ming's wealth so that he couldn't compete for the dragon contract later. Things would be easier with one less competitor. Otherwise, if Lin Ming really bet his nearly 2 billion points on the dragon contract, then even Duke Full Moon would find the price painful to match. Chapter 1629, Ancient Pill in Hand. Chapter 1629, Ancient Pill in Hand. He. Duke Full Moon has calculated well. If I'm not wrong, then this Lin Ming needs the nameless ancient pill. He is a human as well as someone who dual cultivates body and energy. This ancient pill could be called perfectly suited for him. Because of that, it will be easy to ruin him. In the VIP suite, Shadow Overflow cackled. His laugh had a strangely eerie feel to it. According to their information, Lin Ming's wealth didn't surpass 2 billion. If Lin Ming were to buy the ancient pill for over 1 billion, then there wouldn't be any threat from him later on. 900 million. Lin Ming suddenly increased the bid by 50 million. However, Duke Full Moon didn't stop here. He shouted out, 910 million. The 2 times he bid were only 10 million higher than Lin Ming's bid price. It seemed that he intended to purposefully hinder him. 950 million. Lin Ming shouted out again. 960 million. In the VIP suite, Duke Full Moon laughed out loud. To have Lin Ming spend even 100 million more with just a little bit of effort, this caused him to be in a very good mood. And at this time, in an ordinary room, Xiao Moxian's face was cold to the point of developing frost. She was just a step away from violently rushing out. Big Brother Lin, This damned dead fly is deliberately targeting you. He doesn't want to buy that pill, he just wants to waste your points. If this continues, then you are only throwing away your hard-earned wealth. Lin Ming nodded. That's right. He wants to annoy me and use up my resources, but he won't have the courage to continually follow me. Lin Ming had a set price in mind for this pill, and that was that he wouldn't surpass 2 billion. This was a limit that Duke Full Moon wasn't aware of. Lin Ming could use this to his advantage. 990 million. Lin Ming added another 30 million. He called out this bid so that Duke Full Moon would bid 1 billion. According to Lin Ming's estimate, 1 billion points surpassed the limit that this pill would sell for at the auction. And Duke Full Moon did as Lin Ming thought he would. He drawlingly called out, 1 billion. Haha, that friend in the ordinary room, do you really want to struggle with me? Duke Full Moon insolently said. His voice spread far as if he were intentionally trying to anger Lin Ming. He thought that Lin Ming would shout out another price and then he could disturb Lin Ming several more times, causing him to lose even more wealth, but he didn't think that Lin Ming wouldn't speak up again. Lin Ming seemed to suddenly quiet down in the ordinary room he was in, no longer shouting out a price. Guest number 24 has put forth a bid of 1 billion. The first item of this auction has already broken through 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? On the auction stage, Song Wen spoke with zealous fervor. However, no one in the auction seats responded. The psychology of people was quite subtle. 990 million was only 10 million away from 1 billion, but crossing this gap gave two completely different feelings. To spend 1 billion points to buy this ancient pill, the price-to-performance ratio of this was far too low. Song Wen shouted out one more time, but there still wasn't a response. When it came to some auctions of the highest caliber like this one, even a magnificent auctioneer could only play a limited effect in increasing the price. Let alone Song Wen, even if Suya put on her most sexually appealing attire and did her best to arouse enthusiasm and seduce the audience, she still wouldn't have much of an effect. The VIP guests who could afford to bid upon this nameless ancient pill were all powerful figures of their great influences or were absurdly strong. So, which one of these people would toss away 1 billion points just to win the smile of a beautiful woman? 1 billion, going once. Song Wen began to announce. Hearing these words, Duke Full Moon felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't want to buy this nameless ancient pill. This was something used by humans and was suited for martial artists that dual cultivated body and energy. As a spiritus, whether it was him or the divine void divine kingdom behind him, no one needed this ancient pill. If he bought something that wasn't of much use, he could only pay for it from his own pockets. It was impossible for him to use the wealth of divine void divine kingdom to pay for this ancient pill, and his pockets weren't so large that he could disregard a loss of 1 billion points. If he obtained the ancient pill, the only thing he could do was resell it. But no matter who he sold it to, he wouldn't be able to match the price that it sold for at this auction. But this wasn't the crucial issue. The key problem was that it would take a long time afterwards for him to resell this nameless ancient pill. This would make it so that the wealth he had to spend in this auction would diminish by a great deal. If something truly amazing were to appear later, he might not be able to afford it. And even if he thought of using divine void divine kingdom's wealth to buy something he wanted, that would be something that belonged to the divine void divine kingdom, not him. 1 billion, going twice. Song Wen counted down once more. Duke Full Moon's pulse began to race. He looked up towards the top 2 VIP suites, hoping that Empyrean Lionheart or Empyrean Minor Violet would be interested in this ancient pill. However, the 2 VIP suites were quiet from beginning to end, as if they never even heard anything. To an Empyrean, this nameless ancient pill wasn't of much use at all. Empyreans could refine their own transcendent divine pills, but more than that, eating up a transcendent divine pill wasn't too beneficial to their own cultivation. Many Empyreans had been stranded at their boundaries for a long time and had been unable to break through. Wanting to rely on a simple transcendent divine pill to make massive leaps in their cultivation was the talk of a babbling moron. Seeing Song Wen count down a third time, Duke Full Moon felt as if he had eaten a fly. He felt like he had been stupidly tricked. He thought of ruining Lin Ming, but he hadn't considered Lin Ming's wealth enough. Although Lin Ming wanted this nameless ancient pill, he might not be able to afford that sky-high price. That poor fool, he doesn't have any capital to struggle with the Duke. What an idiot to compete for treasures. Nestled in Duke Fullmoon's chest, junior apprentice Sister Ching had a proud expression as she tenderly smiled. Her talent could only be considered decent, and wanting to stand out in Divine Kingdom was impossible. If she wanted to rise above the crowds, she needed to attach herself to someone with authority and potential, such as Duke Fullmoon. Now, she had increasingly felt that she had chosen the correct person. With such a grand auction that gathered innumerable heroes and even 2 Empyreans, the man she chose had domineeringly bid on the first item of the auction, forcing out all people so that no one dared to shout a higher price. Originally Duke Fullmoon was already upset, but now this brainless woman was trying to flatter him for no reason at all, causing him to be even more irritated and ashamed of himself. He shoved the flirting woman away, roaring, "Get out!" Junior apprentice Sister Ching was pushed rolling away and nearly struck the wall. She was frightened. She had no idea just why Duke Fullmoon had suddenly become so angry. And at this time, just as Song Wen was about to begin his final countdown, someone shouted out a bid from the ordinary rooms. 1 billion, and 10 million. This voice was heavy, as if the bidder couldn't bear this price at all. And as this voice entered Duke Fullmoon's ears, it was like the melodious call of heaven. He let out a long sigh of relief, finally saved at the last moment. He looked towards the room that shouted out this price and saw that it was indeed Lin Ming. Duke Fullmoon's complexion darkened. This item had finally been won by Lin Ming. At this time he didn't dare to continue a bidding war with Lin Ming. With Lin Ming's current wealth, this bidding price was likely his limit. This poor fool. Duke Fullmoon cursed out loud. He wanted to rip off Lin Ming some more, but he didn't think Lin Ming would be so poor. Duke Fullmoon simply didn't have the courage to continue. After shouting out 3 bids and having to experience a brief bout of fear and trepidation only to cause Lin Ming to lose 100 million plus points, Duke Fullmoon wasn't too happy. Then, Shadow Overflow chuckled. The truth is that Duke's goal has already been accomplished. During this first auction, 60 to 70% of Lin Ming's wealth has been removed. After this he shouldn't pose much of a threat anymore. Even though this was true, Duke Fullmoon didn't feel too great. This brat Lin Ming seems to have already given up on the Jade Dragon Horn. He's smart enough, at least he knows when to give way. But the only problem is that if he gives up the initiative like this, then I can't step on him later. Duke Fullmoon's complexion sank. He wanted to roll over Lin Ming in the auction for the Jade Dragon Horn, but now he felt as if he were punching nothing but pillows. And at this time, Song Wen counted down a 3rd time. The first item in this auction had been won by Lin Ming. Congratulations to this guest in ordinary room number 36 for winning this nameless ancient pill from the drifting island. Song Wen loudly announced. There was a smattering of applause throughout the audience. Many people were startled. They didn't think that there would be crouching tigers and hidden dragons amongst the ordinary rooms. Chapter 1630, Violet Gold Spear. Chapter 1630, Violet Gold Spear. According to the rules of the auction, the deadline for payments was 10 days after the end of the auction. If one took the treasures but didn't pay, one would receive the severe retribution of Divine Rune City. Punishments involved being imprisoned for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Generally speaking, no one would do such a thing. This was because before entering the auction, one had to verify their identity with a status card. Those people with considerable status and weight in the world certainly wouldn't do something so shameless. Then, onto the second auction item. Several elegantly dressed women brought out a tall sandalwood box that was dozens of feet high. As Song Wen opened this box, everyone could see that it was a portable cave dwelling. Lin Ming didn't have any interest in this sort of thing. He already had Primordius Heavenly Palace. The starting price of this cave dwelling was 20 million points. After the auction began, scattered bids arose from the audience. Finally, the one to win was a martial artist in an ordinary arena seat. This item was won with 35 million points. After the cave dwelling, there were mystical treasures, contract beasts, medicines, pills, magic weapons, and all sorts of other things that were brought out one after another. Of these items, some aroused Lin Ming's interest. But as he considered the values of the items, he didn't bid as he thought they weren't worth the price. This auction would continue for an entire month and was divided into several parts. Just the first round of the auction would last for 3 days and 3 nights. To a martial artist, 3 days and 3 nights was less time than one spent in a bout of meditation. As Lin Ming paid attention to the items that were being auctioned, he also practiced the divine mist heart mantra. The reason Lin Ming was able to arrive at where he was, besides his luck and will, all of this was related to his diligence and hard work. Now, Lin Ming's cultivation was a race against time. If this auction was to last for an entire month, he naturally couldn't stop cultivating. But at this time, Song Wen brought out a black stone chest that piqued his interest. This stone box seemed ordinary and simple, but Lin Ming could feel a faint and vast aura exuding from it. As Song Wen slowly opened the stone box, a faint black light shot straight out, illuminating the arena. A cold killing intent spread out with it and Lin Ming's body shook. As he gazed at that black light, he could feel something that resonated with his soul: spear potential. That's a spear. Lin Ming was a professional veteran of spears. Before, the Saint Artifact Phoenix Blood Spear had accompanied him through his battles, slowly being tempered until it was finally reborn into a spirit treasure. It was a powerful spear that would continue to grow with him. Thus when it came to spears, Lin Ming had a startling sense of acuity. In the VIP suites, Duke Fullmoon stared at the item in the stone box, equally excited. It was just that the resonance in his heart was weaker than Lin Ming's, and he also had a sense of uncertainty. Empyrean level spirit treasure spear? Duke Fullmoon's eyes shined. Empyrean spirit treasure? Duke, you are already at the World King realm and you also wield spears. The spear you've been using is nothing but an ordinary spirit artifact that cannot follow your rapid ascent. Now, this treasure here seems perfectly suited for the Duke. You must succeed in obtaining it. Junior apprentice Sister Qing leaned into Duke Fullmoon and giggled. Even though she had been violently shoved away by Duke Fullmoon, she didn't dare to display any temper at all. Her relationship with Duke Fullmoon was just like a mortal emperor and their concubine. Since when would a concubine dare lose their temper with the emperor? Duke Fullmoon didn't seem to hear her words. He only continued staring at the black box. Song Wen fiddled with something on the black stone chest. Then, strange runes lit up all around the black box, surging about with waves of energy as it automatically opened. Then, an intense brilliance exploded outwards like a dazzling sun as torrent of essence energy shot up into the skies. A dragon-like golden spear burst out, humming in the void, emitting a pressure as deep as the sea. This is another precious item to be sold today, an Empyrean spirit treasure excavated from some Empyrean ruins, the violet gold spear. The starting price is 800 million points. 800 million was an extremely exaggerated number. But, an Empyrean spirit treasure was indeed worth this price. A so-called Empyrean spirit treasure was not a treasure forged by an Empyrean, but a treasure that was raised and cultivated by an Empyrean. It needed to be carried with an Empyrean, passing through millions of years of nourishment as it slowly transformed. In their lives, an Empyrean would raise at most several Empyrean spirit treasures. With their 100 million year lifespan, they wouldn't produce over 10 such treasures. For instance, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. When Lin Ming became an Empyrean, he'd use all sorts of heavenly materials to refine his spear. Then he would take it into his inner world and nourish it with his essence energy until it became an Empyrean spirit treasure. But this was a very long process. It was impossible to do this without waiting millions of years. It could only be said that Lin Ming grew too quickly. Even though Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear crossed through heavenly tribulation with him and developed an artifact spirit, when compared to Lin Ming's heaven-defying growth, even the Phoenix Blood Spear couldn't keep up. When an Empyrean was living, they wouldn't sell the Empyrean spirit treasures they cultivated even if offered 10 billion points. This was because only a weapon they raised themselves would be best suited for them. It was only when an Empyrean died and their Empyrean spirit treasures become masterless treasures would these items be dug up from ruins by their descendants and then sold. Song Wen took the gold spear in his hands. Holding this spear, the feeling was like he was grasping onto a golden dragon. This spear was 12 foot long and was an overlord spear. In a sense, it was more appropriate to call it a lance. The golden spear's shaft was covered with mystical lines. The spear head was dark black and red, emitting a sharp light that cut into the eyes. The spear shaft is covered with azure law lines, but what a pity, there are some places that are lacking. Lin Ming's understanding into the azure heavenly Tao became increasingly deep with every passing day. He could see with a single glance what was wrong with the patterns on the golden spear shaft. The azure heavenly Tao was incomparably mysterious to the martial artists of the Azure Road. No one could solve it. Even a 7th grade divine runic master could only summarize the knowledge of their predecessors to engrave array formations, but the truth was that they didn't understand the essence of the azure heavenly Tao. Because of this, it was impossible for them to draw up perfect azure heavenly Tao patterns. How unfortunate. That spear's Buddha-killing aura is absolute, and I have no idea how many powerhouses' blood it has drunk. In addition, it was carried by an Empyrean-level character for millions of years and has developed a terrifying killing intent. It is wonderful in nearly all aspects. If only the azure heavenly Tao patterns on it were perfect, then it would undergo a qualitative transformation. Lin Ming deeply sighed, feeling a bit regretful. The structure of this spear had already been finalized and it was impossible to change the azure heavenly Tao patterns on the spear shaft. Otherwise, if he were to try, it would only cause more mistakes, resulting in an opposite effect and worsening it. Moreover, there was something else. This spear shaft was forged with violet red golden crystals. These crystals were extremely expensive and extremely hard. If supported by an array formation, then even a great world king could give up all thoughts of crushing it. Even so, violet red golden crystals lacked any elasticity. In other words, this violet gold spear was a hard spear. This meant that in Lin Ming's eyes, its functionality dropped a great deal. A hard spear without flexibility meant that there was no cushioning force. In a head-on collision of toughness, it was easy to be struck and injured by the shaking force. Of course, even with these two disadvantages, this violet gold spear was still far superior to Lin Ming's own phoenix blood spear. If Lin Ming could switch spears, he would certainly be willing to. After all, the phoenix blood spear would take far too long to grow. Currently, Lin Ming estimated that the final price of this spear would be around 1.2 to 1, 4 billion points. But to Lin Ming, this price was far too high for the value he would receive. The most he could accept was 1 billion points, but this amount could only buy a spear shaft. Lin Ming glanced outside his room at everyone else in the arena. He could see a fanatic greed in the eyes of the other martial artists as they stared at the violet gold spear. It was clear they had a strong desire to buy that violet gold spear. A weapon on the level of an Empyrean spirit treasure was surpassingly rare. Even in this auction there wouldn't be more than a few of them. To find an Empyrean spirit treasure that suited oneself, this could only be called a stroke of fate. Let the auction begin, Song Wen loudly proclaimed. But just as Song Wen's voice fell, someone shouted out loud from the VIP suites. 850 million. 860 million. There were many people that wanted to buy this violet gold spear. These people were mostly world king powerhouses, even great world king powerhouses. Only this type of person had the ability to just barely move the powers of an Empyrean spirit treasure. As for those people of a lower boundary, they weren't able to afford it. 900 million. The bid continued to climb. Although the martial artists in the VIP suites were all high-level figures, none of them understood the azure heavenly Tao like Lin Ming did, thus they couldn't see the flaws in the violet gold spear. To them, this violet gold spear was the peak level that a weapon could obtain. Even if they were to expend every cent of their wealth to buy this spear, they would still think it was worth it. As the bid price rose like increasingly strong waves, this caused Duke Fullmoon's blood to boil with ambition. He definitely had to win this spear. You aren't going to bid? Shadow Overflow smiled. He could see that Duke Fullmoon wanted to obtain this spear no matter the cost. Hehe, there's no need to be in a hurry. Those shouting out bids right now are just being noisy. This spear is definitely worth more than that. Even buying it for 1.5 billion or 1.6 billion isn't anything at all. Duke Fullmoon's judgment was much worse than Lin Ming's. To him this spear could sell for 1.5 to 1.6 billion, but to Lin Ming it could only sell for 1.3 to 1.4 billion. I've heard that Lin Ming also uses the spear. I was hoping to roll over him in this auction, but he hasn't even said anything. How boring. Duke, how many points could that poor idiot have? To a little nobody like him, this Empyrean spirit treasure is just something to look at. How could he possibly afford it? Junior apprentice sister Ching giggled from Duke Fullmoon's chest. You're right, my little darling, he definitely won't dare do anything at this price range. Duke Fullmoon grinned. He reached out a hand and began to recklessly knead junior apprentice sister Ching's plump chest. 1.2 billion. Duke Fullmoon suddenly shouted out. A sudden bid of 1.2 billion caused many people to lose the courage to bid higher. For a time, the entire arena calmed down. Duke Fullmoon was more than satisfied with this effect. He looked towards Lin Ming's room, a meaningful smile crossing his face. But in the next moment, his smile froze. From Lin Ming's ordinary room, another bid was clearly shouted out, 1.21 billion. Chapter 1631, Lin Ming Strikes Back. Chapter 1631, Lin Ming Strikes Back. 1.21 billion was only 10 million higher than Duke Fullmoon's bid. It seemed as if Lin Ming was making it clear that he was going to challenge Duke Fullmoon. Just what qualifications does this brat have to oppose me? Duke Fullmoon frowned. He thought that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to compete with him, but Lin Ming actually shouted out such a price. He shouldn't have many points left. If he shouts out this bid, then he must have placed himself in great debt. He wants to borrow money to compete. Does he really think he can defeat me? Duke Fullmoon didn't place Lin Ming's bid in his heart because he didn't consider Lin Ming to be a worthy opponent. If Lin Ming hadn't bought the nameless ancient pill, then he might not have been in trouble, but currently he was only a little grasshopper, able to hop a few times before being crushed. He is just an idiot slapping himself in the face. My Duke should find it easy to clean the likes of him up. There won't be chances for him to cause a commotion any longer. Junior apprentice sister Ching giggled as she wrapped herself around Duke Fullmoon's neck. Duke Fullmoon laughed. He called out, 1.25 billion. However, just as Duke Fullmoon's voice fell, from the ordinary rooms, Lin Ming once again called out, 1.26 billion. Lin Ming's voice was calm and steady, as if he didn't even care about these points. Duke Fullmoon's complexion immediately darkened. He stood up, his gaze blazing as he stared at Lin Ming's direction. His eyes seemed as if they could pierce through the isolating array formations around Lin Ming's room and kill everyone within. 1.3 billion. At this time, another person put in a bid. This person was not Lin Ming, nor were they Duke Fullmoon. Rather, they also came from the VIP suites. This voice was deep and sonorous, accompanied with a profound aura. They were clearly also a master. There were many world kings and great world kings present that used the spear. They would absolutely desire this Empyrean spirit treasure level divine spear. Duke Fullmoon fell silent, not immediately responding. It seemed as if he were waiting for Lin Ming to shout out another bid. He knew that Lin Ming was also a martial artist that used a spear. He would definitely be persistent in bidding on this one. After waiting for some time and without Lin Ming shouting out a bid, Song Wen began to count down. This caused Duke Fullmoon's eyes to twitch with rage. With this, it was clear that Lin Ming was targeting him. 1.35 billion. Duke Fullmoon shouted out. And at this time, just as he thought, Lin Ming immediately followed up. 1.36 billion. Lin Ming's voice remained tranquil, completely disregarding Duke Fullmoon's rising anger. The two men stood in sharp contention. This is impossible. Where would he come up with so many points from? Shadow Overflow wrinkled his eyebrows. According to the information he obtained, Lin Ming had between 1 to 2 billion points. After buying the nameless ancient pill, he should have 700 to 800 million points left. Even if he borrowed some points, It would have been incredible if he could borrow 300 to 500 million points, so how could he shout out this sky-high bid of almost 1.4 billion points? He might be deliberately duping me so that I will have to pay a higher price. In Duke Fullmoon's opinion, Lin Ming would want this violet gold spear even in his dreams. But since he couldn't afford it, this brat would simply take the opportunity to con him. Before, Duke Fullmoon had purposefully made it clear he wanted to scam Lin Ming, and now Lin Ming was doing it in return. Duke, what will you do? Will you give up? Do you want Lin Ming to fall into his own trap and lose the qualifications to the auction and be punished by the Divine Runic Masters Guild? No. I must win this spear no matter what. And this Lin Ming is someone extremely valued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even if they punish him, it won't be anything too serious. Duke Fullmoon stood up, irritated. He paced back and forth in his VIP suite. What he always lacked was a good spear. Today, no matter how expensive this violet gold spear was, Duke Fullmoon still had to buy it. This was because after another 20-some years, the final trial would begin. Within the entire Azura Road, the final trial was the most valuable mystic realm, the one that held the most and greatest treasures. It was singularly unique without any other comparison. Duke Fullmoon would definitely not miss out on this chance. However, even Divine Void Divine Kingdom had a limited quota of people they could bring to the final trial. Within Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Duke Fullmoon was only a duke subordinate to the Nine Nether Province. He was considered an excellent talent in the Nine Nether Province, but when placed within the entire Divine Void Divine Kingdom, he wasn't the best. This was because Divine Void Divine Kingdom was far too large and there were geniuses pouring out from everywhere. It was difficult to blossom in splendor with so much competition. With Duke Fullmoon's current comprehensive abilities, he only grasped a 30% chance of standing out. But with this violet gold spear, his chances could rise to 60 to 70%. Thus, this bidding war was one that Duke Fullmoon could only win. He could not be defeated here. At this time, that third person who bid 1.3 billion suddenly shouted out a higher price. 1.4 billion. This person was able to smell the thick explosive atmosphere between Lin Ming and Duke Fullmoon. He was also eager to see Lin Ming and Duke Fullmoon wrestle each other to the ground. Good. Very good. One after another. You want to compete with me? Then show me just how long you can compete for. 1.6 billion. Duke Fullmoon cried out, suddenly increasing the bid by 200 million. 1.6 billion was the ideal bid in Duke Fullmoon's mind. In his estimation, this spear should not surpass that price. Hearing this bid blow up out from nowhere, many people were left dumbfounded. It had to be known that in a bid for an Empyrean spirit treasure, nearly all bidders were world kings, great world kings, or half-step Empyreans at the limit. Empyrean-level supreme elders simply wouldn't participate in a bidding war for an Empyrean spirit treasure. They had their own Empyrean spirit treasures, ones that were far more useful than Empyrean spirit treasures cultivated by others. At 1.6 billion points, that was a price more than enough to force a world king to shrink back. Even for great world kings, only relatively wealthy ones amongst them could put forth such a high bid. For a time, the entire arena was left quiet and peaceful. It seemed that no one was willing to shout out another price. When it concerned such a tremendous amount of money, even Duke Fullmoon found it hard to remain calm. He picked up the glass of wine from the table and slowly sipped it, finally calming his nerves this way. He had to buy this spear no matter the cost. What he feared now was someone increasing the price further. 1.6 billion. Is there a higher bid? Song Wen shouted out. No one replied, but Song Wen seemed to possess a great capacity for patience. He shouted out again and again, each shout causing Duke Fullmoon to have the desire to rush out and punch him in the face. 1.6 billion, going once. Song Wen finally began the final countdown. 1.6 billion, going twice. Song Wen deliberately drew out his words, hoping for a higher bid to appear. And at this time, a calm voice echoed out from Lin Ming's room. 1.61 billion. This bid was faint and indifferent. It was as if Lin Ming wasn't bidding a price, but rather speaking a random number. What? The glass was crushed to nothing in Duke Fullmoon's hand. The bright red wine splashed onto the floor like blood. He thought that a bid of 1.6 billion was the limit, and even that the world king who joined in on the bidding had quieted down, not daring to bid another price. But Lin Ming had randomly shouted out 1.61 billion with no pause at all, as if points were nothing but dirt to him. Duke Fullmoon was livid with rage. He pulled open the doors to the VIP suite and rushed outwards. All VIP suites floated high in the air of the arena sky. After rushing out, Duke Fullmoon floated above everyone's heads. For a time, everyone looked at Duke Fullmoon, not sure why he had come out. Duke Fullmoon's complexion was deep and grim. He used hateful eyes to glare in Lin Ming's direction. Then, he slowly said, "I suspect you are lying. There is no way you have so many points." With these words, the entire arena broke into an uproar. Duke Fullmoon was not a weakling who was easy to deal with. He knew that Lin Ming wanted to buy this violet gold spear but couldn't afford it. As for himself, he needed this spear and it was impossible for him to give up. Thus, he deliberately aimed at Lin Ming. As Duke Fullmoon spoke, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming and the room he was in. In the auction for the nameless ancient pill you already spent 1 billion points, but now you even called out an additional 1.6 billion points. Do you really have 2.6 billion points? If so, then bring them out so we can all take a good look. Duke Fullmoon was aggressive and menacing. In the private room, Xiao Moxian was a bit anxious. "Lin Ming, what do we do now? This fly isn't easy to trick. We only have a little more than 1.9 billion points, that's far short of 2.6 billion. Lin Ming frowned and then stood up. And at this time, Duke Fullmoon laughed out loud. "I know you don't have that many points. According to what I know, the person in that booth is part of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. I even suspect that he is a bid manipulator." Chapter 1632, Insane? Chapter 1632, Insane? In order to take revenge against Lin Ming, Duke Fullmoon was willing to do anything. Although he didn't specifically state who he was being a proxy bid manipulator for, the meaning behind his words was clear enough. These actions were done so that the Divine Runic Masters Guild wouldn't favor Lin Ming and protect him. After all, making a request to investigate the wealth of a person was impolite. That was their personal privacy and Lin Ming had the right to refuse. Now that Duke Fullmoon suddenly threw out these words, everyone began to ramble on in chaos. Bid manipulator. This was an extremely sensitive term to an auction house. Now that Duke Fullmoon said it loudly to everyone in the arena, how could there not be a massive uproar? On the auction stage, Song Wen's face immediately darkened. Although he could throw out Duke Fullmoon using the excuse that he was disturbing the auction, this action would inevitably influence the auction itself. The audience would think that the Divine Runic Masters Guild was doing this from a guilty conscience. This placed Song Wen in a conundrum. The reason Song Wen fell into this embarrassing situation due to Duke Fullmoon's words was because the profession of a bid manipulator was far too common in auctions. One could even call it a hidden rule. A bid manipulator's job was to stir up the atmosphere, raising the price and causing bidders to go crazy. They would up the bid on items, making bidders take out even more money to win. Even if they made an error in judgment and won over the real bidders, they could still create a false impression of the incident and then create more support for the next auction of that item. This could be considered advertising for the auction house. It only took a tiny commission to bring in a far higher income. With such an easy and cheap method, it wasn't a surprise that auction houses would hire these people. However, the Divine Runic Masters Guild's auction house had existed for hundreds of millions of years. They valued their reputation above all and wouldn't do such heinous things. Even so, once this topic was raised it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Thus, the existence of bid manipulators was a sensitive issue at this auction house. The average person wouldn't dare to make such claims, but Duke Fullmoon had the Divine Void Divine Kingdom standing behind him. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was a titan that was even larger than Divine Rune City. It could be called the top spiritor's influence in the Azura Road. Song Wen's complexion was cold. His eyes exuded a thick killing intent as they locked onto Duke Fullmoon. The Divine Runic Masters Guild was indeed weaker than Divine Void Divine Kingdom, but they weren't some soft malleable fruit that would buckle at a touch. They controlled a large number of Divine Runic Masters and had a deep Divine Runic Arts legacy. In this aspect, they were nearly the strongest Divine Runic Master organization within the entire Inner Azura Road. Seeing Song Wen's chilling gaze, Duke Fullmoon felt his heart suddenly freeze. Although he knew that Song Wen wasn't his match and the Divine Runic Masters Guild would find it hard to do anything to him, this look still caused Duke Fullmoon to feel weak at the knees. He could also feel that because of that brief moment of rage just now, he had been far too crude in his actions. To mention such a sensitive topic in front of everyone was the same as offending the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, I apologize for my words just now. I was too hasty with what I said and may have accidentally offended some of you. But, I still hope to verify the source of wealth from the bidder in ordinary room #36. According to what I know, he is less than 100 years old and doesn't seem to have a strong influence supporting him from behind, so I cannot believe that he has 6 billion points of wealth. Duke Fullmoon wasn't someone who just easily ate a loss, and he certainly wouldn't be a fool and allow Lin Ming to freely con him. If Lin Ming wanted to trick him, then he also had to be prepared to face a counterattack. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for Lin Ming to quietly remain in his room. Lin Ming opened the door leading outside and stepped into the void as if he were walking on an invisible path, floating high in the sky. Lin Ming's appearance immediately attracted everyone's eyes. "That's the person who won the nameless ancient pill. I didn't think he would be so young. He's not just young, but his cultivation isn't too high, he's only at the middle Divine Lord realm. How could such a person have the ability to win the bid for the nameless ancient pill and bid another one, 61 billion for the violet gold spear?" According to all common sense, it was impossible for a middle Divine Lord realm martial artist to have 6 billion points of wealth. Many people became increasingly skeptical of Lin Ming. Generally, those with status and great wealth would not bother with doing something so dishonorable as being a bid manipulator. The bid manipulators that auction houses searched for would often be people without status, and these people would often hide out in VIP suits so that no one knew who they were. With Lin Ming's age and cultivation, it was inevitable that people would suspect he was one of these people. Facing everyone's skeptical eyes, Lin Ming thought little of it. He only faintly looked at Duke Fullmoon and said, "You seem to know what my total wealth is. Then you should also know I have around 2 billion points." As Lin Ming spoke, he flicked his fingers and 19 blood-red jade slips flew out from his spatial ring. These jade slips each represented 100 million points and were especially provided by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As these red jade slips floated in the sky, many people felt their eyes go red with greed. Many of them had never seen a 100 million point jade slip in their lives. However, at this time, even though Lin Ming took out these jade slips, many people still eyed him suspiciously. If the Divine Runic Masters Guild were to use him as a bid manipulator, then it wouldn't be strange for him to have so many points. Moreover, this was far less than 6 billion. Facing this scene, Song Wen frowned. He didn't think that there would be such an event midway through the auction. Duke Fullmoon had already torn apart all pretense of politeness with the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even though he had apologized for his reckless actions, he has still planted a seed of doubt within many people's hearts. And the one they suspected was Lin Ming. To be so young and have such a low cultivation, it was hard for him to convince anyone. If this became serious, then the total profit margin of this auction would be affected. After all, the things sold at Divine Rune City's auction were often 20 to 30% more expensive than the normal transaction price outside. The reason that people came here to compete for treasures was not because it was cheap, but because of the variety of treasures here. There were simply far too many rare and valuable treasures that could be won, many of them surpassingly difficult to find. There was nothing that couldn't be bought, only things that couldn't be afforded. Thus, even bidding at high prices was something everyone was willing to do. However, once a bid manipulator appeared, many people would suspect that they were being played as fools. This would be disastrous for the prestige of Divine Rune City's auction. Song Wen was already considering measures for how to properly handle this matter. And at this time, Lin Ming's complexion was calm as he rode the tidal wave of attention. Facing the hundreds of thousands of elites in the auction arena, including the massive number of world kings, great world kings, and even Empyreans, Lin Ming still remained as calm and serene as before. This sort of calm could not be faked. 9 billion? That doesn't seem to be enough. Duke Full Moon had a victorious smile on his face. Although he felt this move of his had been a bit crude and even offended the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the effect was extremely good. He had directly pushed Lin Ming to the opposite side of all bidders, so how could Lin Ming possibly continue competing with him? As for offending the Divine Runic Masters Guild, once Duke Full Moon returned from the final trial, he might have built his foundation up enough that he would become an Empyrean in the future. At that time, the Divine Runic Masters Guild could do nothing to him. So what if it's not enough? Do you not know that the payment deadline for Divine Rune City's auction is 10 days after the end of the auction itself? At that time I'll have raised enough points, so I'll be able to pay the end amount all the same. Lin Ming said as if everything was a matter of course. Duke Full Moon was startled as he heard this, then he laughed. 10 days after the end of the auction is nothing more than a little bit more than a month from now. As a Divine Lord Realm martial artist, do you really think you can raise 700 million points in a bit more than a month? Do you think others are as stupid as you are? The more Duke Full Moon spoke, the more mocking and reckless his words became. As the audience heard this, all of them were in uproar. They had no idea where this Lin Ming came from, but the more he spoke the more ridiculous and false his words seemed. Such a scene even caused the normally unflinching Song Wen to feel restless. The situation was slowly spinning out of control. And at this time, Lin Ming chuckled. He said, "It's just raising 700 million points in a month. Just because you cannot do this doesn't mean that no one else can. I thought of selling some things in the auction house a few days from now, but with the current situation I guess I can choose to sell them today." As Lin Ming spoke, he traced his spatial ring and 20 light symbol papers flew into the air. These symbol papers were the improved Heavenly Fire symbol and Heretical God symbol that Lin Ming created. Every divine runic symbol had a Lin character on the bottom right corner. Seeing these 20 divine runic symbols, the entire audience was left befuddled. Just what did this boy mean? Was he saying that these 20 divine runic symbols could be sold for 700 million? He must be joking or something. He is only auctioning those 20 symbol papers. Could those things be worth 700 million points? Lin Ming's symbol papers didn't have a wonderful appearance. The symbol papers he used were top-grade symbol papers. For a divine runic symbol, what decided the value was the runic structure within, not the symbol paper itself. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't choose to use such flashy but needlessly expensive goods. They don't really look like much. Could he have inherited them? Could they be 7th grade divine runic symbols? Some people suddenly fantasized. Whether it was people or treasures, things couldn't be judged by first glance. If it were 27th grade divine runic symbols that were drawn up with ridiculously expensive materials, then selling them for 700 million points wouldn't be a problem at all. The price could even surpass that. Some top 7th grade divine runic symbols could sell for 700 million points. The best 7th grade divine runic symbols were even higher priced than some Empyrean spirit treasures. However, a divine runic master in the audience shook his head. "You're overthinking things. That is a 5th grade divine runic symbol. I won't misread those energy fluctuations." The one speaking was a 5th grade divine runic master. He didn't belong to the Divine Runic Masters Guild but was a subordinate of a large influence. He was a respected and revered individual. Hearing this 5th grade Divine Runic Master's words, everyone was stunned. These were only 5th grade Divine Runic symbols. 25th grade Divine Runic symbols. This fellow called Lin Ming wanted to sell them for a sky-high price of 700 million points. Was this fellow insane? Chapter 1633, Promissory Note. Chapter 1633, Promissory Note. 5th grade divine runic symbols. Are you sure? Someone asked the 5th grade divine runic master, who spoke with astonishment in their voice. Definitely. The divine runic master stared back at the person ill-humouredly. I have already been drawing up 5th grade divine runic symbols for over 5,000 years, so how would I misread them? As the divine runic master spoke, many people saw the divine runic master badge on his chest. Although it wasn't one issued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it still clearly identified him as a 5th grade Divine Runic Master. Originally, some people thought that the Divine Runic symbols Lin Ming took out were some top-level inheritance he found somewhere, but they were actually so low-level. He wants to sell 5th grade Divine Runic symbols on Divine Rune City's auction stage? Is that boy playing jokes on us? I think he might really be a bid manipulator hired by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He's probably hired to wildly shout out prices and cause a ruckus to raise bids. This type of person will definitely be jailed by them later. I think that maybe even those 10 blood-red jade slips might be fakes. If one didn't understand the Divine Runic arts, it would be hard to judge whether the jade slips that Lin Ming took out were real or not. These people are really annoying brain-dead dogs. I can't believe they would actually question the legitimacy and value of Big Brother Lin's divine runic symbols, Xiao Moxian growled from within the ordinary room. However, even though she said this, she was still feeling uneasy. Just what was the value of these 20 divine runic symbols? It was true that Lin Ming's revised divine runic symbols were fierce, but there were still only 20 of them. Towards all these questions and doubts, Lin Ming remained silent. All around him, the divine runic symbols floated up and down, shimmering with a deep brilliance. But this silence caused the audience's suspicions to be even deeper. As these people were increasingly crude with their language, a faintly seductive voice echoed out from within the sea of doubts, seemingly especially noticeable. The lot of you are truly ignorant and unlearned. Have you never heard of the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol before? This magnetic and captivating voice echoed out from a VIP suite. Everyone's gaze followed the voice to see a beautiful figure stand out. Who is that woman? The great majority of people present didn't know of Suya, but they knew that the VIP suite Suya came from was rented by an Empyrean Holy Land. In other words, this woman likely came from an Empyrean Holy Land. She is the Extreme Star Holy Land's Miss Suya. The Extreme Star Holy Lands are at war with the Heaven Strife Holy Lands, and Miss Suya is responsible for managing the acquisition of divine runic symbols at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Someone who knew Suya explained. Everyone was startled. Suya could be considered as someone with status. For her to speak out now, her words naturally carried a certain weight to them. Suya seemed to not hear the discussions around her. Her eyes remained bright and pure throughout. To her, there was no doubt of Lin Ming's value in her mind, and this was the perfect time to speak out for him. Giving help when needed was always better than attempting flattery later. Seeing Suya stand up for him, Lin Ming faintly smiled and politely nodded towards her in the distance, expressing his thanks. Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol? What is that? Many people were confused. In truth, one couldn't blame them for not knowing. Those that came to Divine Rune City for the auction were either extremely wealthy characters or rulers of their own domains. However, these people were separated by mountains and rivers, and many of them weren't too understanding of the world of Divine Runic Masters. And there were also some people that weren't spiriters but were of other races. The Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols were earth-shaking amongst Divine Runic Masters, and particularly in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, but outside martial artists didn't know too much about this. The inner Azura Road was simply far too large. Even those people with a vast degree of experience would find it hard to know that a small divine runic symbol was able to create such a tremendous change in the war between the Extreme Star Holy Lands and Heaven Strife Holy Lands. Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol? This woman seems to value it a great deal. Although these people didn't know what the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol was, if this woman held this divine runic symbol in such high esteem, then it was clearly something extraordinary. Did this youth create this divine runic symbol? As many bidders were whispering their suspicions to each other, Suya opened her mouth and said, "Sir Lin, if you must compete for the violet gold spear, then I can lend you 1 billion points in advance." Although Suya's voice wasn't loud, it still spread through the auction arena like a rolling thunderclap, smashing into everyone's ears. For a time, the noisy auction arena fell silent. Miss Suya was going to lend this young divine runic master 1,000,000,000 points. 1,000,000,000 points was not a small number. To lend this amount so easily, this proved that Suya clearly trusted this young man named Lin Ming a great deal. She trusted his moral character and trusted in his ability to repay her. Many people didn't know of the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol that Suya spoke of. And even though there were people present who knew what this divine runic symbol was and began explaining its fierceness to others, these other people still only half believed their words. But now, with Suya directly lending Lin Ming 1,000,000,000 points, this was clear proof of how valuable this Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol was. If it wasn't, then there was no way Suya would have lent this tremendous amount of money. At this time, in the VIP suite that Suya was in, a man that looked to be in his 30s had a very ill complexion. "Junior apprentice Sister Suya, please come back in first." This man was Suya's senior apprentice brother and also someone that the Extreme Star Holy Lands sent to Divine Rune City to bid for items in the auction. With Suya, the two of them were responsible for winning a material called a white birch spirit root. And this material was something directly named by the Palace Master of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. Just what sort of character was the Extreme Star Heavenly Palace Master? His strength was considered top level even amongst Empyreans, and he was the god of the entire Extreme Star Holy Lands. Normally, just mentioning his name would cause all disciples of the Extreme Star Holy Lands to fall silent. The reason that Suya was able to stand out and have such success in the Extreme Star Holy Lands was in truth partially because the Extreme Star Heavenly Palace Master recognized her ability to communicate and negotiate with others. However, just because the Palace Master recognized Suya's talents didn't mean that she was allowed to arbitrarily make decisions on her own. The current Extreme Star Holy Lands was stretched for resources. Suya and her senior apprentice brother had been given authority to use 2.5 billion points in this auction, and this was the personal wealth of the Extreme Star Heavenly Palace Master. This wealth was for the express purpose of acquiring the white birch spirit root, something that the Palace Master needed to upgrade his vital origin magic weapon. If there were any delays and the Palace Master's enhancement in strength was affected, then Suya and her senior apprentice brother could die 10,000 times without being able to make up for it. Now, Suya lent out 1,000,000,000 points in a single breath. This left them with just 1.5 billion points, an amount insufficient to win the white birch spirit root. And according to the rules of the auction, all debts had to be paid in full within 10 days of the auction ending. If Suya were to lend these points to Lin Ming and also simultaneously win the white birch spirit root, that required Lin Ming to pay back the 1,000,000,000 points in a short period of time. And Lin Ming himself had a great deal of things he needed to buy. Suya knew that besides the 2 billion points on Lin Ming's body, he really did only have these 20 divine runic symbols. If Lin Ming had other sources of wealth, why would he have a condition of borrowing 800 million points from the Extreme Star Holy Lands for taking on the mission of drawing up Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols? But Suya still lent Lin Ming these billion points because she mistakenly believed that he really wanted to purchase this violet gold spear. After all, Lin Ming was a spear-wielding martial artist, and Suya could approximate that Lin Ming really should trade in the phoenix blood spear he used. "Junior apprentice sister, have you gone mad?" Suya's senior apprentice brother had an extremely ugly complexion. As he spoke, he was left a bit breathless from anger. "Senior apprentice brother, you must trust me just this one time. Although I haven't come into contact with Lin Ming much, I have a clear grasp of his character. He never does anything without certain belief that he can accomplish it. In the past I underestimated him a few times. I thought he had taken on missions that were impossible for him to complete, but the result was that I ended up black and blue with shame. In the end, I had to ignore the shame I felt to apologize to him. He is the type of man that will always be true to his word." Suya's tone indicated she wasn't worried at all. But, although she seemed calm on the surface, her palms were actually wet with sweat. At this time she had truly made a great gamble. She was betting everything on the hope that Lin Ming could create a miracle with those 20 divine runic symbols. Suya had already thoroughly investigated Lin Ming's background and discovered that he was someone who couldn't even be described as a freakishly monstrous genius. Over 20 years ago he had only been a talented third-grade divine runic master. But after just a mere 20-some years, he was able to create the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol that not even Shadow Overflow was able to unravel. There was absolutely a secret hidden on Lin Ming's body. However, even though Suya made repeated assurances, her senior apprentice brother turned a deaf ear to all of this. Junior apprentice sister, you have become obsessed with phantoms. I do not agree with you lending out these points. Stepping back, even if Lin Ming could really use those 20 divine runic symbols to earn back the points, Honorable Master will still punish us because we arbitrarily used the points he gave us for buying the white birch spirit root for other purposes. This is a grave crime that you are committing. As Suya's senior apprentice brother was speaking, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. Thank you, Miss Suya, but the auction for this violet gold spear has yet to end, thus the auction of my divine runic symbols must be after the violet gold spear. Mr. Song, do you think you can arrange it for me? Lin Ming said, turning towards Song Wen. Song Wen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the divine runic symbols in Lin Ming's hand. Although he could feel that there was something extraordinary about them, he thought the entire situation was absurd. Even if he knew about the nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Ming's new divine runic symbols were, it was impossible to sell 20 of them for several hundred millions of points. After all, they were only 5th-grade divine runic symbols. Little brother Lin. Song Wen had a look of embarrassment on his face. He was afraid that Lin Ming was too overconfident in his abilities and had set the base price for his divine runic symbols too high. If no one were to end up bidding on them, then that would truly be a joke. Lin Ming naturally knew what Song Wen was thinking. He smiled and said, Mr. Song, feel relieved that I am not just auctioning these 20 divine runic symbols. I am also auctioning promissory notes for more. I can sell hundreds or even 1,000. Whoever is willing to purchase in advance, whoever pays. As Lin Ming spoke, many bidders almost fell off their chairs. Promissory notes. Purchase in advance. For several 100 million points to only buy a promissory note. Who did he think he was? Only an idiot would buy these. Since this auction first began, no one had ever heard of taking money first to buy a promissory note. Chapter 1634, 1.99 billion. Chapter 1634, 1.99 billion. Lin Ming's repeated requests and conditions caused even Song Wen to frown. This was an extremely large transaction and many people were still unfamiliar with Lin Ming's name. Even in the world of divine runic arts, Lin Ming wasn't a widely known individual. Outside of that, almost no one knew of him. A junior that was less than 100 years old and who only had a divine lord realm cultivation actually wanted to sell promissory notes in advance. Just who would believe him? Lin Ming simply didn't have any credibility built up at all. In this situation, who would buy the empty promises of a junior for 700 to 800 million or even a billion point? Suya, did you hear him? He wants to sell a few promissory notes. Do you still believe him? How will he do that? It's possible that the Divine Runic Masters Guild doesn't even allow an auction item like that on the auction stage. To sell promissory notes for 1 billion points, he is taking us all for fools. Suya's senior apprentice brother felt that Lin Ming had gone crazy. However, Suya tried her best to show a calm expression. So what if it's a promissory note? Did you forget that when Lin Ming requested to borrow 800 million points from the Extreme Star Holy Lands, we still lent him money all the same? That is completely different. We had already obtained the 2000 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols by then, and we also know who Lin Ming is. Do you think these other influences here know just who Lin Ming is? If points are so easy to obtain, then I might as well write up a promissory note myself and write 10 Empyrean spirit treasures on it and see just who will buy it. After randomly lending 1 billion points, it wasn't a surprise that Suya's senior apprentice brother was so agitated. In fact, Suya's heart was rapidly beating like a drum solo right now. Lin Ming actually dared to sell promissory notes at Divine Rune City's grand auction. This was truly an unprecedented event that would likely not be copied in the future. As Suya was lost in thought, she felt an icy cold gaze land on her, causing her to shiver. She turned to see that the one sending her a chilling gaze was Duke Full Moon. At this time, Duke Full Moon's face was grim and cold. As he looked at Suya, the previous hints of appreciation and desire in his eyes had disappeared and were replaced by a gloomy killing intent. If it weren't for Suya appearing from nowhere, Lin Ming wouldn't have had the chance to compete for the violet gold spear with him. Because the auction for the violet gold spear had already started, Lin Ming's auction of his divine runic symbols wouldn't yet begin. It was unknown whether or not it would be carried out. If Lin Ming said that he would sell those divine runic symbols for 1,000,000,000 points, who would believe him? Without genuine financial support, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to randomly shout out whatever price he wanted to. Let alone Duke Full Moon opposing this, not even the Divine Runic Masters Guild would approve. This was a great taboo of the auction house. But it just so happened that at this time Suya offered to lend Lin Ming 1,000,000,000 points, allowing him to continue competing. This meant that Duke Full Moon would have to bleed even more. How could Duke Full Moon not hate Suya for this? Suya, how ruthless of you. I've treated you so well and yet you've done this to me. Duke Full Moon's Arctic sound transmission echoed in Suya's ears. Suya's heart skipped a beat. She quietly responded, I apologize deeply, Duke Full Moon. I received an extreme star command that ordered me to support Lin Ming with everything I could during this auction. I had no other choice but to comply. Suya's response was quick. She came up with a reason and pushed all responsibility onto the Extreme Star Holy Lands and showed an involuntary expression. Even though Duke Full Moon had a deep background, he still couldn't do anything to the Extreme Star Holy Lands. Suya's words left Duke Full Moon in half belief and half doubt. Had Lin Ming's value already risen to such a degree? He silently flew back to his VIP suite. His dire expression scared junior apprentice Sister Qing, making her keep silent without saying a single word. She knew that the current Duke Full Moon was already enraged to the limit. He could even strike out and kill people at any moment. Like this, the auction for the violet gold spear continued. Suya and Lin Ming both began moving back to their rooms. As Lin Ming was turning around, Suya looked at him with deep and trembling emotion in her eyes, her voice exhausted and enchanting as she said with a sound transmission, Sir Lin, to help you win this violet gold spear I have paid a price in blood. Not only have I offended Duke Full Moon, but I even must fear the potential punishment of the Palace Master because I arbitrarily used the funds he gave us to purchase the white birch spirit root. In the future, you must repay me. Although Suya's breathy words seemed suspect, Lin Ming knew that what she said was true. Even Lin Ming thought that Suya had been too reckless in helping him. These two prices she had to pay were indeed heavy. However, even though Suya had made such a great bet, the truth was that she didn't know that Lin Ming had no intention of buying the violet gold spear to begin with. He was only doing this to trick Duke Full Moon. Thinking of this, Lin Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose. He couldn't help but wonder, just what would Suya say once she realized this? However, with a new actor like Suya entering the field, he could continue wildly shouting out any price he wanted. This also meant that Duke Full Moon would think he absolutely wanted to win this spear. Suya was returning, but her senior apprentice brother didn't intend to yet. Lin Ming saw the increasingly poor complexion of Suya's senior apprentice brother and said, "This friend, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. You only need to pretend as if you are willing to lend me 1,000,000,000 points so no one questions whether I can continue competing for this violet gold spear. If my promissory notes do not sell, then later you do not need to lend me anything. At that time, the Divine Runic Masters Guild will only punish me and not you." Lin Ming's thoughts on the matter were extremely clear. As Suya's senior apprentice brother heard this, he was startled. He looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Indeed, as long as they just made the gesture of lending the points, then it would be fine. Like this, no one would question whether or not Lin Ming had enough points and the remaining risks would all be taken by him. If Lin Ming wasn't able to pay the points later, then they could simply ignore him. The only loss to them would be a little bit of their reputation. Although Suya's senior apprentice brother didn't believe that Lin Ming's promissory notes could sell at such a ridiculously high price, he didn't doubt Lin Ming's skill. To lose a bit of reputation to win over Lin Ming, that was completely worth it. Thinking of this, he nodded and agreed to lend Lin Ming 1,000,000,000 points. Seeing Suya's senior apprentice brother considering the situation again and again before nodding, Lin Ming felt it somewhat funny. He didn't think that something as minor as this auction for the violet gold spear would actually stir up such a giant commotion. But since the play had already begun, it would be a waste to not bring it to its end. With so many actors joining in on this play, wouldn't it be an insult to their superb performances if he didn't thoroughly damage Duke Fullmoon's finances? Thus, before Lin Ming returned to his private room, he asked the auctioneer Song Wen, "Mr. Song, is it my turn to make a bid now?" Song Wen was stunned for a moment before nodding. Because of Duke Fullmoon's question just now, the auction for the violet gold spear was temporarily suspended. But now that Sir Lin has borrowed 1,000,000,000 points, you naturally have the qualifications to continue bidding. Great. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He looked towards Duke Fullmoon's direction and said, "Duke Fullmoon, since you increased the bid by 200 million just now, then let me express my gratitude and increase the bid by 200 million again. 8 billion. Lin Ming's voice was light. He spoke as if these 8 billion points were nothing but a drop in the bucket to him. Express his gratitude. He increased the bid by another 200 million. This tone could simply aggravate one to death. If one didn't know of Lin Ming's current situation, they might think he had 10 billion points to spend. In the VIP suites, as Duke Fullmoon heard Lin Ming's voice, his complexion darkened and his lungs nearly exploded with rage. Shouting out a new bid was fine, but Lin Ming had to use such an indifferent tone like he didn't care at all. In this, Duke Fullmoon couldn't compare. It was impossible for him to remain calm at 8 billion points. This was 200 million points higher than his original limit for the violet gold spear. At this time, all of the bidders in the arena looked towards the luxury suite that Duke Fullmoon was situated in. They were waiting to see whether he would increase the bid or give up. Guest number 36 has bid 8 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid a higher price? Song Wen asked as per usual, looking through the entire audience. Although he asked everyone, the truth was that his question was only for Duke Fullmoon. His voice was also much more restrained. In truth, there was no need to sound passionate and stir up a frenzy, because Duke Fullmoon's rage had been ignited and he couldn't be any more passionate or frenzied. Duke Fullmoon was so mad his intestines twisted in his stomach. He wished that he could cut up Lin Ming to tiny pieces. And at this time, whether he wanted to or not, it was impossible for Duke Fullmoon to retreat. This was not a question of face or pride, but because he really did need this violet gold spear. 8 billion and 20 million. Duke Fullmoon grit his teeth. Even just adding 10 million caused Duke Fullmoon's heart to drip blood. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. 82 billion. Is there a higher bid? Song Wen looked towards Lin Ming's room. Without missing a beat, Lin Ming said with a devil-may-care attitude, 99 billion. When Lin Ming's new price erupted, let alone Duke Fullmoon, even the entire arena audience was left shaking in their seats. Lin Ming put out a bid of 99 billion and the meaning behind it was extremely clear. Many people believed Lin Ming had 2 billion points to begin with, and with Suya lending him 1 billion, this was 3 billion altogether. With 1.01 billion deducted from the auction of the nameless ancient pill, this meant that Lin Ming had 1.99 billion left. In other words, Lin Ming putting out this bid was to say that this was all he had. He was telling Duke Fullmoon that if Duke Fullmoon had the resources to overcome this bid, then the item was his. This move was sufficiently ruthless. Many people admired Lin Ming's courage and boldness. If the average person borrowed 1 billion points, they would be greedy and fearful in case they couldn't return it. But as for Lin Ming, he spent these borrowed 1 billion points as if they weren't even money. Even the 2 billion points of wealth he accumulated before were freely spent. To shout a bid of 1.99 billion without even blinking an eye, just who could match this daring? Almost 2 billion, this is incredible. Whether or not this Lin Ming is a madman, He'll become famous today. Normally, it was amazing for an Empyrean spirit treasure to be sold for 1,000,000,000 points. Now one was being sold for twice the price. If it were an Empyrean buying it, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. But in most situations, only a world king would buy an Empyrean spirit treasure. For a great world king to buy an Empyrean spirit treasure, they would nearly lose all of their assets to do so, much less this was twice the normal price. Chapter 1635, Auction of the Heavenly Fire Symbol. Chapter 1635, Auction of the Heavenly Fire Symbol. Big Brother Lin, you've put up all of the money you have, aren't you scared that Fly won't follow you? Xiao Moxian asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. She knew that Lin Ming was trying to con Duke Full Moon, but since Lin Ming had put forth such a high price now, she feared that Duke Full Moon wouldn't follow up with another bid. If so, Lin Ming would have struck himself in the face. Lin Ming laughed. I really am a little scared, but Duke Full Moon is too obsessed with winning that spear. He shouldn't be too fearful of following up. 2 billion, when compared to the 1.6 billion he was willing to pay before, is only 400 million more. Lin Ming believed that since Duke Full Moon was willing to shout out 1.6 billion to buy the violet gold spear, then he should definitely have more than 1.6 billion in wealth. He definitely had the resources to follow up with 2 billion, but before this, in order to buy that spear at the price he wanted, Duke Full Moon didn't even hesitate to offend the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This proved that Duke Full Moon had an unsurpassed desire for the violet gold spear. Stepping back, even in a worst-case situation where Duke Full Moon no longer bid, Lin Ming still found it acceptable if he won the violet gold spear. This spear could indeed be extremely useful to him, and Lin Ming could rapidly earn the points needed for it. 1.99 billion. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Song Wen shouted out. His voice remained calm and unfrenzied, because there was no need for him to stir up the current tense situation. Everyone looked towards Duke Full Moon's VIP suite, many of them sympathizing with him. This damned madman. Duke Full Moon gripped his fists together as if he were crushing something in his palm. As Lin Ming thought, his total wealth did exceed 2 billion, but he had other uses for it. If he were to spend it all on the violet gold spear, then he would really lose everything. 1.99 billion going once. Song Wen began to count down. Even the worldly and sophisticated Song Wen really thought that Lin Ming wanted to buy the violet gold spear. In truth, he was also rooting for Lin Ming because Lin Ming was a part of their Divine Runic Masters Guild. But as the auctioneer, he needed to follow rules and make sure each countdown lasted for at least 5 breaths of time. 1.99 billion going twice. Song Wen trailed off. At this time, a somber voice sounded out from Duke Full Moon's room. 2 billion. In shouting out this price, Duke Full Moon seemed to have exhausted the last dregs of his strength. For this spear he had really used up everything. However, when comparing spending all his money to losing the violet gold spear, losing the violet gold spear was absolutely a greater attack on Duke Full Moon. He could slowly save up his wealth, but if he missed out on obtaining the best result he could in the final trial, that would have a direct effect on Duke Full Moon's strength and future. Hearing Duke Full Moon shout out this price, Lin Ming grinned. In this battle between Lin Ming and Duke Full Moon to see who could con the other, Lin Ming had thoroughly won. This was not because Lin Ming was smarter than Duke Full Moon, but because Lin Ming accurately predicted that Duke Full Moon had to obtain this violet gold spear no matter what, while not needing the nameless ancient pill. As for Duke Full Moon, he only knew that Lin Ming needed the nameless ancient pill. He didn't know that Lin Ming didn't have any interest in winning the violet gold spear. Thus, Duke Full Moon was doomed to be the one cruelly swindled by Lin Ming. At this time, a woman's voice echoed out in Lin Ming's ear. Sir Lin, he really did bid 2 billion. If you wish to bid further, I can lend you some more points. This was Suya's sound transmission. After Lin Ming had revealed himself to the public, he didn't reactivate the isolating array formations around his room, so it was easy for Suya's voice to penetrate into his quarters. Lin Ming smiled. No need. I never planned on buying the violet gold spear to begin with. 2 billion points should be the limit. If I bid again, then Full Moon really might give up. After the dust settled, Lin Ming had no need to hide anything from Suya. From start to finish, his voice remained calm throughout, as if he hadn't been in a dramatic auction that involved 2 billion points but was only playing a little numbers game. Suya nearly choked on herself as she heard Lin Ming's response. After being stunned for a long period of time, the normally elegant Suya lost her demeanor and stammered out, You are trying to trick Duke Full Moon. She didn't dare to believe that Lin Ming would make a bluff of 199 billion points just for tricking someone. Wasn't he afraid that Duke Full Moon wouldn't follow him? But the reality was that Duke Full Moon had fallen for the bait and had been thoroughly ruined by Lin Ming. In addition, Suya also felt a tad aggrieved. She had withstood a tremendous deal of pressure to lend 1 billion points that Lin Ming actually didn't need. Hearing Suya's awkward reaction, Lin Ming chuckled. I apologize, Miss Suya. I didn't anticipate that Duke Full Moon's response would be so intense that he would actually label me a bid manipulator and even involve you in the mess. But since things already happened, I figured I might as well continue until the end. As Lin Ming spoke, Suya actually laughed. She had no idea why she was laughing, but she continued laughing for a long period of time. Then, she blinked her eyes and said, Is this considered you owing me a favor? Lin Ming's froze. If Miss Suya needs help in the future, then I will surely help as long as it is within my ability to do so. At this time, Song Wen had already counted to 3. The violet gold spear was successfully won by Duke Full Moon. Hearing Song Wen announce the end of the auction, Duke Full Moon let out a long breath of relief, feeling weak throughout his body. This was a purchase that involved a massive amount of his total wealth, but in the end, he had been the one to win. He shakily stood up, slowly wandering towards the windows and looking out in the direction Lin Ming was in. Lin Ming seemed to sense this and looked towards Duke Full Moon. In contrast to each other, Duke Full Moon was the victor. Although it was a bitter and hard-fought victory, he was still the one who won. He wanted to temporarily suppress the pain in his heart and put on a victorious pose. But just as Duke Full Moon was almost prepared to smile, the touch of a smile froze on his face. He saw Xiao Moxian appear from behind Lin Ming. Compared to the relatively indifferent expression on Lin Ming's face, Xiao Moxian was giggling as if she could barely contain her mirth. Her 2 shiny canines, beneath the lights of the magic arrays, shimmered like diamonds. This caused a bad premonition to rise within Duke Full Moon's heart. Xiao Moxian's smile was filled with an unmistakable taunting, as if she were laughing at an idiot. Then, Duke Full Moon saw Xiao Moxian's cherry-red lips move as she uttered words. Even though she was silent, with Duke Full Moon's eyesight he was able to clearly read her lips. She was saying, You stupid dead fly, congratulations for spending 2 billion points on an inferior item with defective runes. If you need to fix the heavenly Dao patterns in the future, then our Lin Ming will surely be willing to help you. The fee isn't too expensive and will make sure that you are satisfied with the service. Listening to these words, Duke Full Moon felt his blood bubbling within him. His mind was overcome with a daze as he nearly fell over. Defective. Duke Full Moon didn't believe Xiao Moxian's words. The violet gold spear was already confirmed to be an Empyrean spirit treasure. How could the weapon that an Empyrean spent so much time and effort to raise be a defective item? However, whether or not Xiao Moxian's words were true, Duke Full Moon had almost affirmed that Lin Ming never wanted to buy this violet gold spear to begin with. He had simply been tricked. Realizing this point, a brilliant killing intent burst out from Duke Full Moon's eyes. However, standing not too far away from the increasingly gloomy Duke Full Moon, Xiao Moxian was smiling, extremely happy and pleased with herself. Lin Ming reluctantly pulled on Xiao Moxian's hand and simultaneously activated the room's isolating array formation, cutting off the murderous gaze of World King Full Moon. He used his finger to tap on Xiao Moxian's nose, jokingly saying, You really are too childish. Are you not happy unless you tell him off? Well, this is enough for now. He was a mad dog originally and now he's been upgraded to a crazy wolf. Although Lin Ming's words seemed as if he were admonishing Xiao Moxian, his smile clearly indicated he wasn't scared of Duke Full Moon's revenge. In the past, when Lin Ming was only a small figure at the Hutian realm, he had caused Xian Wuji, the ruler of the South Sea Demon region, to vomit blood in anger. Afterwards, when he was at the Life Destruction realm, he had been targeted by Yang Yun. Even when he flew up to the divine realm, he had ruined the great world king Tian Ming's hand at the divine sea realm. All of the opponents Lin Ming offended in the past had been far more powerful than he had been. And these people had all been slowly killed off using various methods. Now that Lin Ming faced Duke Full Moon, who he wasn't much weaker than, he simply didn't care at all. After being admonished by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian only laughed out loud once more. She clucked her tongue and said, "Hey, if we didn't tell that big head what happened, then how would he be angry at us? Otherwise, that idiot might have thought he profited here." The auction continued on. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation. Following this, there weren't any items able to arouse his interest. The last auction item for this first round of the auction event was a set of Empyrean Spirit Treasure flying swords. Empyrean Spirit Treasures were rare, and a complete set of Empyrean Spirit Treasures was even rarer. This set of flying swords had a total of 7 swords and was bought at a final price of 2.8 billion by 3 great world kings working together. Compared to the violet gold spear, this wasn't much more expensive. This caused Duke Full Moon to be even angrier at what happened. Like this, the first round of the auctions ended. From start to finish, the 2 Empyreans hadn't bid on anything at all. It was clear that none of these treasures were able to arouse their interest. The most valuable items of the first auction round had been Empyrean Spirit Treasures and pills. Even that final set of flying swords wasn't too tempting to an Empyrean. What an Empyrean was mostly interested in was rare and precious materials and heavenly treasures. After the first round of the auctions ended, Lin Ming found Song Wen and requested that he place the heavenly fire symbols up for auction. To sell promissory notes, if it were an ordinary person who suggested this, Song Wen would have already told him to screw off to the far edges of the world. But Lin Ming was different. He had considerable status in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and everyone could see that he had an extremely bright future awaiting him. It was possible that he might even become the next president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Towards this type of person, Song Wen could only give them a little leeway. Moreover, the heavenly fire symbols that Lin Ming put forth were apprised by several divine runic masters, and when it came to the runic patterns within, they could only sigh as they didn't understand many parts of it. Without a doubt, the heavenly fire symbols that Lin Ming took out were extraordinary. After combining all of this together, Song Wen finally reluctantly agreed to allow Lin Ming to auction off the 10 finished heavenly fire symbols. If the final price of them surpassed 40 million, then he would allow Lin Ming to auction off promissory notes. This was to avoid everyone making a joke of Divine Rune City's auction. And Song Wen had one final condition. This was that the promissory notes couldn't have a base price. In other words, the base price had to be 0. Chapter 1636, Test. Chapter 1636, Test. To have a 0 base price on promissory notes, the truth was that Divine Rune City didn't want the associated infamy. The general meaning of it was that all transactions for this auction were completely voluntary. The base price would be set to 0 and whoever wanted to bid could bid whatever they wanted, and the Divine Rune City auction house would take on no responsibility for this matter. Although the Divine Rune City auction didn't publicize the auction of the promissory notes and had no intention of doing so, they had still made it explicitly clear that the auction of the promissory notes would not take place if Lin Ming's 10 heavenly fire symbols sold for less than 40 million. Even so, news of this auction still spread through the city. Moreover, this news spread like wildfire. Many martial artists and many influences learned that the Divine Rune City auction, which was famed throughout the entire inner Azura Road for having anything up for sale as long as one had the money, was actually selling promissory notes. Moreover, what left one dumbstruck was that the person selling these promissory notes was a Divine Lord Realm Jr. who was less than 100 years old. And this Divine Lord Realm Jr. also didn't have any great influence backing him. He was nothing but a loner, and although there was said to be an amazing master standing behind him, this master had never appeared. He had seemingly produced a mysterious divine runic symbol and was considerably well known in the world of divine runic arts. But outside of this small community, there hadn't been anyone who had heard of him. If such a junior were to write down a promissory note and sell it, then others would definitely say that whoever bought this promissory note was an idiot. If one could sell empty promises at an auction, then they too would want to do the same. They could write down a promissory note for 10 Empyrean spirit treasures, 10 transcendent divine pills, or even 100 7th grade divine runic symbols, and would they be able to sell this note for 10 billion points? Many other colleagues in the auction industry were waiting to have a good laugh at Divine Rune City auction house's expense. The business of auction houses was highly competitive. The more transactions an auction house had, the more sky-high prices they could sell items for, then the more clients and bidders they could attract. Clients would always want to go to an auction house that would auction off their items at the highest price possible. There were many auction houses that could find buyers but not a source of goods. Divine Rune City Auction House was extremely reputable, and even if other auction houses worked together and hired a batch of bid manipulators, they still couldn't shake the iron-fisted monopoly that Divine Rune City Auction House held over the auction business. And now, these other auction houses were all waiting for the Divine Rune City Auction House to fail. However, no matter what the news was or how many people were waiting to see this bumbling failure occur, the second round of the auctions began on time. This time, there were even more bidders on the scene. Many people heard about the sale of promissory notes and wanted to join in on this new experience. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had already entered the auction arena earlier. As they were about to enter their private room, Lin Ming could feel a swift and violent cold light shoot towards them. Lin Ming turned to see Duke Fullmoon appearing like a vengeful ghost in the windows of his VIP suite. The light inside his room was dark, causing Duke Fullmoon to look especially grim and ghostly. This stupid fly also came early. But he's already gone bankrupt, so what's the point of putting on airs? Xiao Moxian pouted her lips, speaking with disdain. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He's also representing his sect to purchase items, so he likely still has many points in his hands. Lin Ming didn't bother with Duke Fullmoon and went straight to his private room. As he flew up into the skies, many people were looking towards him. By this time, Lin Ming had already become famous. Today, if he could sell the heavenly fire symbols for at least 40 million, then he would be able to accomplish the unprecedentedly magnificent feat of selling promissory notes. But if he sold the heavenly fire symbols for less than 40 million, he would become an utter joke. The first item in the second round of the auctions was 10 Zenith Black Level God Runes. Zenith Black Level God Runes were necessary materials for crafting 7th grade divine runic symbols. There were even some peak 6th grade divine runic symbols that required Zenith Black Level God Runes. Thus, these 10 Zenith Black Level God Runes were in high demand. In the end, they were bought by a peak 6th grade divine runic master in the VIP suites. Following that, all sorts of different items were sold. At the 6th auction, Song Wen calmly took out a jade box. After opening it, one could see 10 light and thin symbol papers within. These were Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbols. During the previous round of auctions, Lin Ming had taken out the heavenly fire symbols once, thus many people were able to recognize what these 10 symbol papers were. It's here. Haha, to sell promissory notes. I came today just to watch this event. He's been crazy after thinking of money too much. To think he actually dares to sell promissory notes. All of these words came from spies sent from other auction houses in the inner Azura Road. Now they mixed themselves into the crowds of bidders, and their mission was to gather as much information as they could so they could later propagandize this ridiculous matter. Towards these people beneath the arena stage that had ill intentions, Song Wen ignored them all. He indifferently said, "Ladies and gentlemen, these are 5th grade divine runic symbols, heavenly fire symbols produced by a young and rising talent of my Divine Runic Masters Guild. In the last round of auctions you all saw that these were not ordinary heavenly fire symbols. These heavenly fire symbols have undergone many improvements and their effects are far superior to normal. For these 10 heavenly fire symbols, the base price is 20 million points and each increase cannot be any lower than 1 million points." Song Wen lightly spoke these words that had no persuasive power at all. Young and rising divine runic master, many improvements, effects far superior to normal. All of these words seemed untrustworthy to the audience. And, the most absurd point was that these 10 5th grade divine runic symbols were being sold for a total scam price of 20 million point. 5th-grade divine runic symbols usually sold for tens of thousands, and buying 10 of them for 1,000,000 points was already a tremendous loss. Yet, Song Wen listed the base price of these 10 divine runic symbols as 20 times that ridiculous price. Setting up such a starting bid was simply a death wish. Many people were looking to see which idiot would bid on these. However, Song Wen didn't start the auction. Rather, he pressed some switch on the auction stage, and with a loud rumbling sound, the entire auction stage was split apart as the ground sank in. At the same time, a massive black altar slowly rose from the ground. This black altar was an array formation. Its use was to test the various characteristics, might, and attributes of a divine runic symbol. In the Divine Rune City auction house, sometimes there would be special divine runic symbols sold. At this time, these divine runic symbols would need to be tested in order to demonstrate the various aspects of a divine runic symbol. With a powerful grinding noise, the array formation activated. The entire altar was shrouded in a shimmering white light. A chubby old man with a white beard guffawed as he hopped onto the altar. This old man was no one else but Lin Ming's old friend, Old Shui. At this auction, Lin Ming specifically asked Old Shui to test the divine runic symbol. Chapter 1637, Heavenly Fire Symbol. Chapter 1637, Heavenly Fire Symbol. Old Shui's appearance immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Who is that old man? Most of the audience didn't know who Old Shui was. He is Elder Shui of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master. The reputation of a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master was irreproachable. To have a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master test a 5th-grade Divine Runic symbol, this left everyone waiting for the results with wide eyes. Although they didn't know if these 5th-grade Divine Runic symbols could sell for tens of millions of points, if Lin Ming had dared take them out in this auction, then they should be spectacular. At this point, Song Wen took out a soul crystal and placed it in the eye of the testing array formation. In that instant, the brilliant light around the altar became even more blazing, shooting up into the world like a column of evanescent light, scattering out everywhere. The auction arena was extremely broad, but after the array formation on the auction stage activated, the dazzling light covered the entire auction hall arena. This was a titanic illusory magic array. Once it started, every person within the auction hall arena would fall into the illusory magic array and would find it difficult to discern between reality and illusion. Boom! The scenery in front of everyone suddenly changed. What entered the eyes of everyone was an endless sea of green foliage that stretched to the furthest horizons. They were surrounded by dense grass that brushed against the waste, vast and limitless. Every guest in the auction house, including those in the ordinary rooms and VIP suites, instantly arrived in an ancient primal grassland. Here, the scene was like the endless great desolate that parted the inner and outer Azura Road. And within these grasslands, the earth began to tremble. From far away, one could see massive forms appear on the horizon. These forms were like mountains as their vague figures solidified as they closed in. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As these giant monsters approached, the audience discovered they were all vicious beasts. Their bodies were as heavy as mountains. Every time they stepped forwards, the ground would shake like a beating drum, incomparably horrifying. That is a deep blue crystal beast. I heard that 2 Divine Lord squads from the Blue Lotus Holy Lands perished, and it was likely they encountered a deep blue crystal beast. Seafall beast. Mystic thunder beast. That is a golden phoenix crow. It is a variation god beast that has existed since ancient times and is said to be able to contend with a great world king and emit true essence heavenly flames. As each vicious beast appeared, they were soon identified by the audience. With each new creature that arrived, the audience became increasingly pale. These vicious beasts were all found within the Great Desolate. In particular, the giant golden phoenix crow whose wings blocked out half the sky. As the audience saw this beast, their complexions became even uglier. Although everyone was well aware that these vicious beasts were only phantoms produced in the illusory magic array, each one of these phantom beasts had extraordinary strengths. Each bidder was able to clearly perceive the aura of these vicious beasts. They could judge that these vicious beasts were not superficial fakes. Rather, by relying on the accurate simulation of the large-scale array formation, the defensive powers of these vicious beasts were almost the same as in reality. Elder Shui, please test the divine runic symbol. Song Wen was a bit surprised as he saw that Elder Shui had stepped forth to test the divine runic symbol. To ask a divine runic master like Elder Shui to personally test his creation, Lin Ming must be confident in his works. Elder Shui nodded and happily took a divine runic symbol from Lin Ming, who had already flown down from his room. He asked, "Before the test begins, are there any special instructions you need to tell me?" Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, "During the test it's best to be careful. When the input of power reaches through the 2320th tiny rune, increase the flow of energy. The effect will be much better." 2320th tiny rune? Elder Shui was startled. After a brief pause he nodded. Standing on the side, Song Wen's complexion immediately changed. Although he didn't understand how to draw up divine runic symbols himself, he was still the president of the runic pill trading organization. Even if he had never eaten pork meat before, he would still know how a pig ran. He had seen 6th grade divine runic symbols before, and the average peak 6th grade divine runic symbol would have around 1500 tiny runes, yet this mere 5th grade divine runic symbol had over 2000 tiny runes. It seemed this heavenly fire symbol was well worth anticipating. However, the spies that came from other auction houses, as long as they understood even a little about divine runic arts, were surprised by Lin Ming's words. Shadow Overflow frowned. This brat, the divine runic symbols he drew up were always so ridiculous. I want to take a good look and see just what sort of effect a divine runic symbol with so many tiny runes will have. Judging the value of a divine runic symbol, especially an extraordinary divine runic symbol, was an extremely complex and burdensome process. The average person only knew whether a divine runic symbol was strong or weak, and that was by looking at its grade. But when looking at those especially amazing divine runic symbols that had special effects, although the grade of the divine runic symbol was important, it wasn't the most important factor. The reason that Elder Shui agreed to help Lin Ming and test out his divine runic symbol was the shockingly special Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol that Lin Ming produced before. He wanted to see what was so special about this new divine runic symbol. Like an entertainer preparing his show, Elder Shui began to take out all sorts of strange magic tools and array discs in front of everyone. One of these magic tools was a set of black gloves, knit with mysterious silken threads. "I shall begin." Elder Shui nodded towards Lin Ming. As Song Wen heard this, he drew some circles in the air. Then, ripples began to appear in the void. Thick and viscous bubbles surrounded everyone, covering them within. The reason for this was that there was always some risk that came with testing a divine runic symbol. As the auctioneer here, Song Wen had to minimize all chances of an accident occurring as much as possible. Once all the preparations were complete, Elder Shui no longer bothered with the others. He completely immersed his mind into the 5th grade divine runic symbol in his hands, carefully filling it with his energy. Looking in from the side, as Lin Ming saw Old Shui earnestly testing his divine runic symbol, he felt a bit unsure in his heart. Although he was confident in the improved heavenly fire symbol that he created, the true might and value of it would depend on the actual results of this test. Everyone's eyes focused on Elder Shui's body, all of them waiting with breath abated. They were all aware that if this test wasn't a joke, then they would be witnesses to the birth of a miracle. As Elder Shui was inputting his energy into the improved heavenly fire symbol, his complexion began to gradually become more dignified over time. After such a long period of time, there was actually no movement from the heavenly fire symbol. Shadow Overflow grinned a gloating smile. Smelly brat, this time it was his turn to suffer. But that gloating smile soon froze on his face. Deep in concentration, Elder Shui flicked a finger upon the divine runic symbol, seeming as if he were pulling out a string. Then, a blazing red trail of fire rushed out from the divine runic symbol. This power of fire flew in the skies like a phoenix, a beautiful vision in the air. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to bubble up like boiling water. Shadow Overflow felt that something wasn't right. At this time, 5 of the giant vicious beasts that Song when created suddenly started rushing towards Elder Shui together. Deep blue crystal beast, bone-devouring beast, these are all peak Holy Lord level beasts, even beasts that approach a world king. With these several vicious beasts together, even an ordinary world king would feel fear. As the vicious beasts wildly rampaged forwards, the entire audience could feel a dreadful pressure. Even if they knew these vicious beasts were formed by the illusory magic array, their aura was still horrifying. This was also the fierceness of an auction house's array formation. This array formation could be called the most realistic simulation testing array within the entire inner Azura Road. At this time, a brilliant light exploded from Elder Shui's eyes. The heavenly fire symbol in his hand suddenly scattered out. With a loud rumbling sound, a pillar of flames shot into the skies, forming a mushroom cloud as a sea of flames surged out in all directions. As a vicious beast broke into the midst of these flames, it suddenly emitted a miserable howl. Another pained howl sounded out from a different direction. Everyone turned towards this cry. As their eyes focused on what was happening, all they saw was a column of flames shoot straight into the sky. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, the vicious beasts that seemed as if they could tear open the heavens were drowned in this sea of raging flames. At a speed visible to the eyes, these vicious beasts were slowly charred into a pile of skeletons. The people looking on were panic-stricken. For a time, the entire arena was left silent, without a single word spoken. The only sound was the tumbling waves of flames burning in the distance. Even the earth below was melted away into shining lava, shimmering like metal. It was like an apocalypse of heavenly flames had descended from above. Shadow Overflow's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. Even a lofty and conceited dark divine runic master like himself, one of the giants of the dark world, was shocked by this scene. Is this really the might of Lin Ming's 5th grade heavenly fire symbol? He clenched his fists together. After the shock passed, an unexpected surge of bitterness and jealousy filled his heart. He feared that even a medium 6th grade heavenly fire symbol might not possess such might. A 6th grade heavenly fire symbol was one produced by a world king. A peak 6th grade divine runic symbol was one created by a great world king and could be used to contend with great world king enemies. Xiao Moxian also gripped her fists tightly, her smile as beautiful as a fire. Her cute canines glittered beneath the light of the raging flames. With this, all of the worries in her heart disappeared, replaced with nothing but pride. As she looked at Lin Ming with both eyes, her eyes shined like little stars. After some time, the shocked people began to regain their composure. But, before they could say anything, a deafening phoenix cry filled the air. Everyone was stunned once again. Above them, the skies suddenly turned overcast, dimming down to shadows. They looked up and nearly cried out. The hell! That golden phoenix crow couldn't resist waiting and was rushing out. Seeing the golden phoenix crow diving downwards, many people paled from fear. Then, another strange sound caught everyone's attention. They saw the raging sea of flames that scorched those 5 vicious beasts to nothing begin to stir up once more. The flames wildly burned, revitalized with new life as they began to swallow all of the power of fire from within 100 miles. Every pillar of flames danced like flame phoenixes in the skies, their strength amazing. Within this cataclysmic crimson sea, a brilliant runic symbol shined like a star from within the center of the seething flames. This was the 5th grade heavenly fire symbol that had just been used. The heavenly fire symbol actually reformed itself. This powerful heavenly fire symbol can actually reform itself and be reused. At this time, even Elder Shui, who was responsible for the test, couldn't help but cry out in praise. Chapter 1638, Fire Symbol Reborn. Chapter 1638, Fire Symbol Reborn. Old Shui could clearly feel that the newly reformed heavenly fire symbol contained an even more terrifying strength. Before this, Old Shui hadn't discussed matters with Lin Ming, so he didn't know what revisions Lin Ming had done to this divine runic symbol. What he wanted was to experience a pleasant surprise during this test. Thus Old Shui had agreed to test this completely unfamiliar heavenly fire symbol. Old Schwer had originally seen the miraculous might of this heavenly fire symbol and thought this was the change that Lin Ming had made. And that with such an abnormal increase in its strength, it was impossible to increase the number of times it could be used. He never thought that Lin Ming could modify two aspects of the divine runic symbol. This was extremely abnormal. The surrounding audience also saw the heavenly fire symbol reform itself in Elder Schwer's hand. They weren't able to respond for some time. In their eyes, a divine runic symbol was a one-time use item. As for the divine runic symbol in Elder Schwer's hand, it was just something that had a similar appearance. For instance, there were some one-time use array discs. After these array discs were used, they wouldn't shatter, but everything within would be destroyed, leaving it as nothing but an ornament. As everyone was thinking this, from high up in the sky, that golden phoenix crow could clearly feel the threat of the burning hot flames beneath it. It was different from those other vicious beasts. This golden phoenix crow was a master in manipulating fire energy. With a cry that refused to admit inferiority, the wings of the golden phoenix crow erupted in flames as it went hurtling downwards. Old Schwer laughed. He poured his energy into the heavenly fire symbol that had just experienced a nirvanic rebirth, quickly galvanizing the 2,000+ tiny runes. In that moment, the divine runic symbol emitted a blinding light. Beneath the stunned gaze of everyone, the already used heavenly fire symbol evaporated once more in a 100-foot-high sea of raging flame. Within these flames, there seemed to be a phoenix being reborn. Its body was surrounded by flames hot enough to melt divine gold, and with a resonant cry it swept towards that golden phoenix crow. Bang! The two divine birds formed from the extremes of the power of fire violently crashed into each other, both leaving a burning red tunnel in their wake. A massive shockwave erupted out from where the two divine birds crashed and spread out through the world. In the aftermath, waves of flames struck the ground, creating tyrannical flame tornadoes like red dragons shooting to the heavens. Finally, the collision between the golden phoenix crow and the heavenly fire symbol became increasingly intense, forming a sea of flames around them. But at this time, in this desperate battle, the heavenly fire symbol was able to incredibly swallow the power of fire, growing larger and larger, becoming increasingly solid as it dripped lava from its body. In the increasingly lopsided battle, the power of fire was being rapidly drained and annihilated from the golden phoenix crow's body. Bang! With another loud explosion, the most dense power of fire around the heavenly fire symbol formed into a flaming meteor that viciously smashed into the golden phoenix crow. The golden phoenix crow was a fire attribute vicious bird beast, and yet at this moment a gaping hole was formed in its body. With a devastating cry it flapped its massive wings, whipping up a hurricane as it fled to the heavens. As everyone saw this, all of them were left petrified. The golden phoenix crow, with strength comparable to a world king, was actually severely wounded by a peak 5th grade heavenly fire symbol. In other words, this heavenly fire symbol could threaten the life of a world king. The newly reborn heavenly fire symbol can display a strength even greater than the first time. Elder Schwer was astonished. Although he had great hopes for Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbol, these hopes had now become a great surprise that far surpassed his imagination. And in fact, when Lin Ming created these heavenly fire symbols, he had used Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames, joining the rules of a phoenix nirvana into the heavenly fire symbol itself. After many rounds of experimentation, he had finally been successful. A phoenix went through 9 nirvanas, becoming more powerful after each one. Similarly, this heavenly fire symbol would become stronger after every use. Of course, it was impossible for the increase in power to be as terrifying as that of a true phoenix's nirvana. For a time, the entire auction arena was left in utter silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their throats twitched. Completely forgetting the amazing fact that this peak 5th grade heavenly fire symbol could severely wound a world king spirit bird, just the fact that it could be used at least 2 times was more than enough to leave everyone dumbfounded. Moreover, the second use was even stronger than the first. As everyone was at a loss for words, at this time the flames howled in the skies once more as they gathered together. Countless azura heavenly Tao lines danced in the center of the flames. Within several breaths of time, these flames reformed into a divine runic symbol. This divine runic symbol lightly fell into Elder Schwer's hand. What? It fused back again. There's even a third time. The bidders present were all greatly experienced individuals. But yet, today's heavenly fire symbol completely surpassed their comprehension, appending everything they knew. This caused their minds to shake and to be left utterly speechless. This heavenly fire symbol, how many times can it be used? Many people realized that if the heavenly fire symbol could reform a third time, then perhaps it might even be able to reform a fourth or fifth time. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the audience were focused on Lin Ming. Elder Shui let out a heavy breath and said, "Hey brat, be honest with me, how many times can this heavenly fire symbol be used? Don't tell me that it's over 10 or even dozens of times." Elder Shui joked. This heavenly fire symbol was vastly different from the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. The amount of energy consumed was far too great. If it were able to be used several times, then that would truly be heaven-defying. Lin Ming stood at the balcony of his room and chuckled, "Elder Shui, you're being a bit too dramatic here. How could it possibly be used that many times? The heavenly fire symbol I drew up contains the fires of a phoenix nirvana. My original intention was to copy the nirvana of a phoenix and have it be reborn 9 times in a sea of flames. However, it's a pity that my skills are too crude, so I was only able to reach 6 or 7 times in the end." If someone who doesn't understand the divine runic arts were to use this divine runic symbol, then they might not even be able to use it 6 or 7 times but only 5 times. And, according to the user's cultivation, every 1 or 2 times they use it they must resupply it with energy. Lin Ming shook his head, as if he were feeling regretful he couldn't perfectly fuse the rules of a phoenix's 9 nirvanas into the heavenly fire symbol. However, Lin Ming's regretful tone and motions left everyone speechless. If this was called crude skills, then how could anyone still live? Smelly brat, you calling your own skills crude is the same as slapping me in the face. Old Shui mockingly scolded. Seeing Lin Ming awkwardly cough and about to apologize, Old Shui waved his hands and said, "It's fine, I don't need you to pretend to apologize. Speak honestly. This heavenly fire symbol, after being used, will it be stronger the next time?" Let alone Old Shui. Everyone in the audience realized this point. Everyone's ears pricked up as they leaned forwards to listen to Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, just like a phoenix going through their nirvana, every time the symbol is reborn it will be stronger. At the last use, the heavenly fire symbol's potency will increase just less than 30%. This is enough to cause severe wounds to a world king, but a great world king won't be threatened at all. Lin Ming had only produced a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol. In order to severely wound a great world king, that would require a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was still far from being able to contend with a great world king. After listening to Lin Ming explain all the different characteristics of the heavenly fire symbol, the entire arena was left silent except for the occasional gulp. Even Song Wen, who had seen countless treasures before, was shocked. He looked towards Lin Ming with respect in his eyes. With his status and age, he had never looked towards a junior with these eyes before. Junior apprentice sister. I was a fool. Looking at the might of this heavenly fire symbol, it would have been well worth it to lend Lin Ming a billion point. My mouth was too greedy. Suya's senior apprentice brother gripped his fists as he recovered from his daze. If he hadn't prevented Suya from lending a billion points just now, then he would have gained a massive advantage from that investment. In the end, the whole lending scene had been nothing but an act. Although Lin Ming hadn't lost anything, it was not the same as honestly placing his bet on Lin Ming. As Suya's senior apprentice brother thought of this, he regretted his decision until his intestines turned blue. A rare opportunity was placed right in front of them, and yet he had been unable to take hold of it. From this moment on, it was likely that Lin Ming would rely on the fame of this heavenly fire symbol to become even more famous. At that time, wanting to win him over would be vastly more difficult. It's no problem. Although it was only an act, Lin Ming promised he would help me. Suya faintly smiled, not blaming her senior apprentice brother. Her senior apprentice brother's reaction had been perfectly rational and was the way things should normally have been done. As some rejoiced, others despaired. In another VIP suite, Duke Fullmoon and Shadow Overflow's 2 faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They were waiting to see Lin Ming make a joke of himself, But the end was that he had created a miracle. The power of this heavenly fire symbol was countless times greater than the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. This sort of divine runic symbol, how could it be transformed to such a degree? Duke Full Moon gnashed his teeth. Beside him, Shadow Overflow remained silent. What was there to say? Anything he said right now would be nothing but an incoherent mass. In the Azura Road world, there was actually a 5th-grade divine runic symbol that was able to stir up so much attention. This far surpassed his imagination. From just the power alone, this 5th-grade divine runic symbol surpassed the strength of a general 6th-grade divine runic symbol. This Lin Ming was truly a monstrously talented freak of the divine runic art. After the entire auction hall arena fell silent for half an incense stick of time, many people began to develop greedy thoughts. All of them were waiting for the auction of the divine runic symbols to begin. It had to be known that if a 5th-grade divine runic symbol had the strength of a medium 6th-grade divine runic symbol, then its strength far surpassed that of a 6th-grade divine runic symbol. A general 6th-grade divine runic symbol required one to be at least a half-step world king to use. And in order to display its full strength, one would need to be a true world king. But a peak 5th-grade divine runic symbol was different. A peak Holy Lord could display its strongest might. In other words, this sort of divine runic symbol would give a peak Holy Lord powerhouse the capital to survive in the face of a world king. If an enemy possessed a power that was able to severely wound someone, then even if that power could only be used once in a short period of time, that person would have to carefully weigh whether it was worth it to continue attacking. This difference in the restrictions for the heavenly fire symbol caused its value to rise several times over. Chapter 1639, Doubts. Chapter 1639, Doubts. At this time, the entire auction was stirred into a frenzy. Many people stretched out their necks, waiting for the sale of the heavenly fire symbol to begin. How come it hasn't started? I have to buy a heavenly fire symbol no matter what today. A peak Holy Lord martial artist secretly swore to himself as he gripped his fists. He had a half-step world king blood enemy. If he had this heavenly fire symbol, then he would have the capital to take revenge. It wasn't just him who had this idea, but many others in the audience. At this time, many people who had mocked Lin Ming's 5th-grade heavenly fire symbols before were now eagerly waiting to buy one of them. There was also another group of people that were hoping to buy these 5th-grade divine runic symbols and then gather a team of researchers to unravel them. If they could somehow encounter a stroke of luck and crack open its secrets, then that would be worth a massive amount of wealth. Of course, if they knew the fate that had befallen Shadow Overflow, they might not have had such thoughts. Everyone had different thoughts, but without exception all of them were looking forwards to the auction of the heavenly fire symbol, a look of hope and greed in their eyes. At the same time, the suspicious and derisive color in their eyes had transformed into respect. The Azura Road was a world that revered the strong. If one displayed a mighty enough performance, a shocking enough performance, then one could earn sufficient respect. This was the fairest law of all. Song Wen was happy to see such powerful divine runic symbols. But he also didn't forget what his responsibilities were. Elder Shui, can you judge the value of Sir Lin Ming's 5th-grade divine runic symbols? Everyone calmed down, all of their eyes focusing on Elder Shui. No matter how powerful this 5th-grade divine runic symbol was, the main purpose of this test was to evaluate its price. Elder Shui thought for a moment. Then, he slowly said, the potency is equal to a medium 6th-grade divine runic symbol, but when factoring in its ability to rebirth itself as well as the lowered requirements for maximum use, its value far outstrips that of a normal 6th-grade divine runic symbol by several dozen times. There has never been a similar case before this, so it is hard for me to put forth an accurate value. That will be something that must be determined through the auction. Dozens of times over a 6th-grade divine runic symbol. Someone gasped, their voice shaking. If this were true, then many people present wouldn't be able to afford it. Song Wen faintly smiled. He swept his eyes over the impatient bidders. Seeing the desire thick in their eyes, Song Wen had already begun planning in advance. He struck his auctioneer mallet on the podium and then stretched out his words as he said, Sir Lin, Our runic pill trading organization will purchase your 10 heavenly fire symbol. As for the price, that can be discussed later. As Song Wen spoke, the entire arena hall was left stunned. Even Lin Ming was startled. He thought that Song Wen was going to continue with the auction of the 10 heavenly fire symbols, but he never thought that the Divine Runic Masters Guild would want to buy them up instead. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Divine Runic Masters Guild wanted to buy these heavenly fire symbols to study and collect them? Lin Ming didn't believe that the Divine Runic Masters Guild, with its countless masters, needed to use these 10 heavenly fire symbols to fight off some enemy force. Moreover, without an auction it would be difficult to set an appropriate price. After all, this was the first time this sort of heavenly fire symbol had ever appeared, so it was impossible to set a base price. Everything would have to be determined by the market. But as Song Wen finished speaking, the arena hall actually exploded in rage. Are you joking with us? You had us watch this scene for half a day and now you aren't selling them. You motherfucker, I am going to buy a heavenly fire symbol no matter what. So what is the meaning of your Divine Runic Masters Guild buying anything? You had us watch this show and then came up with these tricks at the end. It's as if you think we are monkeys. Many of the martial artists present were rough desperados. After being stunned by Song Wen's words, they became livid with anger. Martial artists often had short and explosive tempers. Once Song Wen lost control of the scene, this would not be a joke. However, Song Wen remained calm and composed as he faced this scene. He faintly smiled and said, "Please be patient everyone. I am not saying that there won't be any sold, only that these 10 finished divine runic symbols will not be sold. Didn't we say that there would be a sale of promissory notes? Those can be exchanged for the improved heavenly fire symbols produced by Lin Ming. If any of you wish to purchase in advance, then you may bid during the auction for them." What? The auction for promissory notes would begin like this. Many of those present were apoplectic with rage, feeling as if all of their blood was rushing to their head. The completed divine runic symbols wouldn't be sold, but the promissory notes would. They all had the impulse to rush up the auction stage and punch Song Wen in the face. However, this was a seller's market and there was only one place to purchase these divine runic symbols, nowhere else. Even if the Divine Runic Masters Guild played this dirty trick and only sold promissory notes, everyone could only eat their dissatisfaction. Seeing the audience's reaction, Xiao Moxian's heart blossomed with joy. Hihi, look at those snobby fellows who dared to look down on my big brother Lin. Now there's nothing to sell to them and they can only pay in advance before receiving anything. This feels great. Seeing everyone's resentful expressions, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but gloat a little. And standing near Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming naturally didn't have these playful thoughts. Rather, he looked towards Song Wen, trying to figure out what his intentions were. The more he thought, the more Lin Ming couldn't help but praise in his heart. This was truly a skillful move. If those 10 completed heavenly fire symbols were sold at the start, then because the quantity was too low, the ones buying them would mostly be peak Holy Lord martial artists. These people would buy them for their personal use. Because they didn't have much wealth, the price wouldn't be too high. And once they bought them, this would set an approximate base price for Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbols. Following that, it would be difficult for the auction of the heavenly fire symbols promissory notes to surpass this price. This was because in everyone's hearts, buying the finished product should definitely be more expensive. As for selling promissory notes, they would be cheaper. After all, this was the risk one paid for promissory note. Thus, the sale of these 10 complete divine runic symbols would inevitably affect the auction of the promissory notes. Once an approximate price was formed in everyone's mind, it would be impossible to sell for a sky-high price. It had to be known that these promissory notes would form the bulk of Lin Ming's income, and having such a situation would cause him to suffer a great deal. On the other hand, if the promissory notes were sold first and not the completed ones, then the promissory notes would sell for a great deal. This was the so-called hunger marketing strategy. Even though this was a simple matter, Lin Ming could sense how crafty and intelligent Song Wen's decision was. No wonder the Divine Runic Masters Guild would allow Song Wen, someone who wasn't a Divine Runic Master and who also had a low cultivation, to become the president of the runic pill trading organization. Everyone, let us begin the auction of Sir Lin's promissory notes. These promissory notes will be guaranteed with the reputation of my divine runic masters guild. Sir Lin, how many heavenly fire symbols do you plan on selling in advance? Song Wen slyly smiled as he faced Lin Ming. Facing the disdainful eyes of the crowd, Song Wen turned a blind eye to them all, and in fact became even more confident of himself. The main purpose of this treasure fair was to earn money. As the president of the runic pill trading organization, he had to place the duty of making money as his top priority. As for others looking down on him and cursing him in their hearts, he didn't bother caring at all. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. He thought about the amount for the moment and then said to Song Wen, "First sell 500. I will place a soul mark on a divine runic symbol as a promise of debt, and when the time comes the person can exchange this divine runic symbol for the promised goods." Lin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but his words spread to everyone in the audience. 500 promissory notes. Everyone was stunned. Just how many points was this? This motherfucker, wasn't he earning points too easily? Moreover, if this concerned 500 promissory notes, then the final price would involve hundreds of millions and billions of points. This caused many people to almost faint from anger. If Lin Ming had said these words not too long ago, then he would have been called an idiot by everyone. But the current situation was different. After going through the testing array formation, everyone was able to see just how powerful this 5th grade heavenly fire symbol was. A 5th grade heavenly fire symbol was able to severely wound a world king level vicious beast. If such a thing were placed in a battlefield and used en masse. Thinking of this, some people began to stream with a cold sweat. Such powerful divine runic symbols, if an influence were to possess these items, then they would absolutely be weapons that could change the tide of a war. And the most important point was that these 5th grade heavenly fire symbols had to be grasped in their hands. They absolutely could not allow enemy forces to obtain them. Many people realized this point. But, with such a large transaction and also buying only promissory notes, many people were lacking the confidence to bid on them. What if they couldn't cash them in later? This was not a small amount. Even an Empyrean Holy Land had to mull over this massive wholesale trade. As everyone was feeling faint of heart and wavering between bidding or not, a black-cloaked old man flew out like a ghost from the VIP suites. His long robes trailed behind him as he flew high into the skies above the arena hall. His entire body was covered in a thick black fog, hiding his appearance. He was Shadow Overflow. Shadow Overflow's appearance caused Lin Ming to frown. Although he didn't know who Shadow Overflow was, he knew that this fellow was the old man who always followed behind Duke Fullmoon and was extremely hostile to him. Shadow Overflow's appearance attracted everyone's eyes. Beneath his voluminous black cloak, Shadow Overflow's lips moved. His hoarse throat began to squeeze out words. "I acknowledge that the might of these heavenly fire symbols is unparalleled. But because this is a massive transaction that has no real items and only promissory notes, I have my suspicions. Do these heavenly fire symbols originate from your hands?" Shadow Overflow's words were forceful and menacing. As he looked at Lin Ming, the air between them turned cold. As this was said, many bidders frowned. They also had these doubts in their hearts. In truth, many of them also thought of this. They thought that these heavenly fire symbols were not drawn by Lin Ming but were obtained by him from some mystic realm, or, perhaps they were inherited and there were only these 10 and no others. If so, then these promissory notes written by Lin Ming were nothing but pieces of scrap paper. As for the guarantee of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, so what? In truth, what Shadow Overflow was really saying was that he found this entire situation hard to accept. A young junior like Lin Ming had actually demolished him when it came to the divine runic arts. Not only did Shadow Overflow think this, but many other people skilled in the divine runic arts found it hard to believe that Lin Ming could have such attainments in the divine runic arts. It was simply unreasonable. The appearance of the black-cloaked man didn't surprise Lin Ming. Even if the black-cloaked man didn't appear, there would be someone else that stood up to question him. To sell promissory notes on the stage of the Divine Rune City auction house, and for an amount that would even give Empyrean Holy Lands pause, this was not an easy matter at all. The representatives of the large influences would be ruined if they were deceived. Lin Ming moved. His clothes fluttered as he flew through the air and fell atop the auction stage. He faintly smiled and said, "Since you have such doubts, how about I draw one in front of the audience?" Chapter 1640, Exposed. Chapter 1640, Exposed. As soon as Lin Ming finished his words, Shadow Overflow's lips twitched. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming would suggest such a thing. This sort of suggestion was simply being more courageous than the heavens. When a divine runic master drew up divine runic symbols, they usually did so in the peaceful environment of a divine runic room. Even then, there was a considerable failure rate. Moreover, this sort of improved heavenly fire symbol had over 2,000 tiny runes. The complexity in drawing one up surpassed the majority of 6th grade divine runic symbol. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, what would Lin Ming do if he failed? If his mindset was poor, then he would panic after the first failure. Moreover, in order to draw up such a complicated heavenly fire symbol, it would require a massive amount of Lin Ming's soul force. Even if a peak 5th grade divine runic master were to try, they could likely only attempt it once. If they failed, they would have to wait several hours for a second try, and the success rate would drop even lower. In this sort of situation, there was no divine runic master that would attempt to draw up a divine runic symbol that reached the limits of their skill in front of a giant audience. There was only a single explanation for this, and that was Lin Ming had reached an ultimate peak of confidence in his divine runic art skills. If Shadow Overflow could think of this, so could the other divine runic masters in the audience. All of them were frightened by Lin Ming's words. He was simply being far too confident. Wasn't he afraid that he would fail? It seems that this heavenly fire symbol is really made by this brat. Shadow Overflow couldn't help but accept this blow to his self-confidence. But he didn't think that Lin Ming would dare to boast at such a time. But, suddenly, Shadow Overflow's originally gloomy and decrepit face suddenly lifted up with a bizarre smile. Hidden beneath the shadows of his black cloak, his eyes began to shine with a brilliant light. Although it may be true you drew up those divine runic symbols, you are far too young and far too arrogant and cannot stand others questioning you. However, what you don't know is that as a peak dark divine runic master, I have special methods to observe and copy the technique of other divine runic masters. If you draw up a divine runic symbol in front of me, then that is the same as revealing all of your secrets to me. Thinking of this, the avaricious greed in Shadow Overflow's eyes became increasingly thick. When a normal divine runic master drew up a divine runic symbol, they would always reveal some secrets. And for these secrets, while orthodox divine runic masters might not be able to discern anything, if they were to be seen by a dark divine runic master, they would be far more easily understood. And Shadow Overflow was someone who was particularly skilled in this field. In particular, Shadow Overflow had already tried to unravel Lin Ming's nirvanic tribulation flame symbol before. At the time, Shadow Overflow had already obtained a thorough understanding of the tiny rune system and overall structure of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. The only question that baffled him was how to fuse in the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Now, Shadow Overflow believed he would be able to find the hints to doing so by watching Lin Ming. Even if Lin Ming failed, Shadow Overflow would still be able to see many things. Moreover, he could even kick Lin Ming while he was down and send that brat rolling off a cliff. At this time, in the auction hall arena, there were many other dark divine runic masters that had the same thoughts as Shadow Overflow. These dark divine runic masters all needed to buy materials, so they definitely wouldn't miss Divine Rune City's treasure fair auction. Of course, they had hidden their status before entering. Some of these people had even been part of Shadow Overflow's team that tried to copy the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. They all held the same thoughts that Shadow Overflow did in their hearts. Many of them were secretly celebrating this event. This bull-headed youth is far too hot-blooded and arrogant, he can't even withstand a few insult. To dare to draw up a divine runic symbol publicly, good. Very good. Haha, the master who passed down their inheritance to this brat must be feeling stupid. This brat wants to show off and even have a demonstration of his skills in front of everyone, he's just waiting for us to unravel his inheritances. Once we figure out how to create this heavenly fire symbol, we'll have our own open auction. At that time, not only will money be rolling in but our futures will be limitless. Ha ha ha. Some divine runic masters thought. Their faces began to burn red with excitement and their breaths quickened. For a time, many dark divine runic masters reached out faint threads of soul force that lingered around Lin Ming. The frenzy in their hearts had been ignited by Lin Ming and they were eagerly awaiting his performance. These dark divine runic masters that coveted the peak 5th grade heavenly fire symbol had to be at least peak 5th grade, in other words, a peak Holy Lord realm cultivation. Some of them were even world kings. These people observed Lin Ming's actions with their dark divine runic secret techniques. They emitted their soul perception, taking note of his every movement. This was an extremely impolite action, but none of them were worried because their cultivations were far higher than Lin Ming's, and in addition to their unique dark divine runic techniques that spied on others, even if they were to spy on people with a similar boundary they still wouldn't be discovered. He, if you can really prove that, then I will certainly believe you will honor those 500 promissory notes. I have no problem with that. Shadow Overflow licked his withered lips, tamping down the excitement and hope in his heart. He agreed to Lin Ming proving himself by drawing up the divine runic symbol in front of everyone. Then hurry up and begin, many people urged from beneath the auction stage. Many of these people were part of the ordinary audience who shouted out purely because they wanted to experience the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. But many of them were also dark divine runic masters hidden in the crowd. All right. Lin Ming languidly laid out a divine runic pen as well as a simple array disc commonly used to draw divine runic symbols. But he didn't immediately take out the materials. Rather, he stood there, his hands behind his back as he slyly smiled at Shadow Overflow. Seeing Lin Ming's eyes on him, Shadow Overflow felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't know why, but Lin Ming's eyes seemed to see through him, causing a chill to creep up his back. What are you? Shadow Overflow saw Lin Ming stare at him for several breaths of time and faltered a little. He frowned. How come you aren't drawing the heavenly fire symbol? Were you just bluffing all this time? He was deliberately stirring up Lin Ming, but how could Lin Ming fall for this bait? Lin Ming suddenly smiled and stared at Shadow Overflow's obscured face. After a long pause, Lin Ming then slowly said, "Yes, I do believe. I know who you are." Shadow Overflow never imagined that Lin Ming would say such words. His body shook and he nearly lost his balance as he floated in the air. His eyebrows wrinkled together. He pretended to be calm. "I have no idea what you are speaking about. Millimeter, it's fine as long as you know who you are, isn't that right, Grandmaster Overflow?" Lin Ming unhurriedly said without a hint of doubt in his voice. His lips curved up in a playful smile. With this, the entire audience was stunned. Shadow Overflow had risen to fame many years ago and was far more famous and well-known than Lin Ming was. Even those that didn't belong to the world of divine runic arts knew the name of Shadow Overflow. Or better to say, they knew of his infamy. He was a notoriously cruel character, evil and vicious, a completely abhorrent person. Not only did he copy the divine runic symbols of others, but his character was poor and he was sinister and vicious, a bloodthirsty and lustful man. He plundered the proud young female disciples of small sects to use as his living furnaces, and killed off tens of millions of mortals as a sacrifice to refine his ghost streamer. In short, he was a man that stooped to any evils. It was also said he gathered thousands of proud women to establish his harem. Wherever he went he would have squads of golden-armored warriors following him as well as dozens of charming maids. He would have flood dragons pulling his carriage and spirit flower petals would sprinkle the ground ahead of him. This opulent transportation was just like a divine emperor traveling abroad. Towards this type of person, many people felt nothing but utter scorn. Shadow Overflow's complexion became increasingly ugly. He couldn't figure out how Lin Ming had discovered his identity. He had never met Lin Ming openly face to face, and even when they briefly bumped into each other he had used all sorts of arcane techniques to conceal his cultivation and aura. In this situation, Lin Ming was still able to recognize him. Could it be that he had sensed his divine runic arts technique? How was this possible? He was only a divine lord and also a mere human, So how could Lin Ming discover his sense? Shadow Overflow could not believe this. And his guess was right. Lin Ming had discovered Shadow Overflow's dark divine runic arts technique. Lin Ming had inherited Torchriver's memories. Torchriver was not some good or righteous individual, and he also had an understanding of the spying arts of dark divine runic masters. As for Lin Ming, because he had a powerful soul force and he also cultivated the divine mist heart mantra, he had an extremely keen sense. He was able to instantly catch on to Shadow Overflow's spying sense and then contrast it with Torchriver's memories to understand what it was. A dark divine runic master that he couldn't see the cultivation of. They had to be at least at the 6th grade or peak 6th grade. Such a dark divine runic master was hostile towards him and had been targeting him from the very start of the auction fair. When all of these factors were combined, Lin Ming didn't need to be a genius to know it was that Grandmaster Overflow who had tried to rashly unravel his Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol and had lost several hundreds of millions of points as a result. Seeing Shadow Overflow continue putting on an act at this moment, Lin Ming smiled and said, "Grandmaster Overflow, I've heard so much about your grand name before, but I must apologize for meeting you under such circumstances. I wonder, have you fixed those array discs you broke when you tried to unravel my Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol?" Lin Ming's words were brutal enough, especially to be said in the presence of everyone. No matter how patient Shadow Overflow was, even he couldn't withstand such shame. The defeat of that research team was an eternal pain in his heart. Not only was it a loss of wealth but more importantly a loss of his reputation and an impact on his confidence. From the depths of his soul, he wished that he could flay Lin Ming alive. And at this time, all of the other dark divine runic masters in attendance felt a foreboding premonition rise over their hearts. Seeing the situation turn bad, all of them withdrew the spying sense they had cast on Lin Ming and restrained their auras in fear of being discovered. But this sudden change left Lin Ming chuckling. He walked forward several steps and swept his eyes over the entire audience. His eyes paused in several places before he slowly said, "I haven't even started to draw anything, so why would all of you retreat like this? Just now it seems there were 19 senses. I wonder if I missed any." As Lin Ming spoke, all of the dark divine runic masters in the audience felt their hearts skip a beat, a cold sweat forming on their back. They had stretched out their sense to peek at Lin Ming, but their sense had been noticed by him. It was just like a few thieves entering a mansion to steal some items. Even if they tried to cover their tracks, there would still be clues. Although they knew there were over a dozen some people that had also stretched out their senses, they couldn't affirm whether it was truly such a precise number like 19. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,